Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Hello, everyone. I've been gone for a week, and of course, I'm back. I want to thank the newcomers that came while I was gone for that week. I received several subscribers, and I want to thank you. Hopefully, you're going back and looking at my videos and hearing something that is interesting to you. Even though I've been working extremely hard, doing a lot of reading and a lot of writing, I sometimes say, is it really worth it to keep coming? And, you're only talking to you and your sister that you live with every day that knows everything you're going to say. But somewhere, somehow, somebody showed me that someone else is listening. And for that, I'm truly grateful, and I will continue to do, like I said, I love to do and would do until I don't feel like doing no more. We know what's been happening in the YSL trial lately. And one thing I know about most people, people like what they like. And so I also know that people are subject matter minded, meaning they like a particular subject. And so if you talk about that subject, then that's what they're going to follow. So I get that. Hello, Regina M. It's good to see you. But for me, I'm one of those people that I'm a Scorpio, and we're a little bit different. We kind of go against the norm, not to be difficult, but we are difficult thinkers. And I like people. And so if I can give anything, what I'd like to try to give is somebody a way to look at something different than the way they look at it. Because I've been through a lot of things in my 66 years of life, and it's painstaking to come to the realization that all you really have is you. You may have a lot of love from a lot of people, and you may even love a lot of people, but when it comes down to actually taking care of, it's about you taking care of yourself. And you must participate in your own happiness, because happiness is basically based on happenings. So if you don't get inside of yourself and find joy that you can hold on to when it's only one person in the chat, then I promise you you're in trouble. You got to learn how to just do it because that's what you want to do and because you love doing it. You got to learn how to say, I don't care what they say. You got to become an army of one. And I guarantee you, once you start doing that, as painstaking as it is, it gets better with time. Because you learn to make the decision to do better, to be better, to feel better, to want more, whatever it is, you learn how to make decisions. A lot of us are procrastinators, and we say that we're not. A lot of us think that we're really on top of everything, and we're not. And it's okay not to be. It's okay to be, as long as that's what you want to be. When you learn to be authentic, I guarantee you life changes for you. Either for the better or for the worse. Whatever it is, it changes. And it prompts you to change and to do things differently. You know, maybe better, maybe worse, but whatever it is, you're going to change. Because you're going to realize this thing is a choice thing. That's what we all have, free will. One of the problems that we're having throughout the world is we rely on others to do for us what we should be doing for ourselves. I don't know if anybody has ever heard of this saying. You hear it a lot in the rooms of recovery, no matter what you're recovering from. And that is, God does for us what we can't do for ourselves. And those things that we can, he gives us free will to choose. He being he, I say she, but it's whatever it is, because it's the all, so it's not one or the other. It is what it is to you. And let's not equivocate about that. It took me a long time to get to where I am today, because I was a one-way, tunnel vision, staunch, devout Christian in my mind. The world is too large for me to put it in one little circle or one little square. So I had to learn to open my mind to different thoughts. A lot of us don't realize opinions are just ours. We think they're right. Some people think they're wrong. They're just yours. And they could be right or wrong. It's okay. It's yours. You choose. The law of the land, as long as we don't harm anybody. If I don't harm you and you don't harm me, then no harm is done. And that's how we ought to live life. It's just that simple. But tonight I'm going to be talking about, of course, the big reveal on the Justice Department's investigation. I don't know if the Tigers Den remember, but I did the ACLU story about the complaint that they filed against the Fulton County Jail at Rice Street. I did that maybe about 7 months ago or something like that. But whatever it is, I'm going to play some of that tonight. But I'm going to start out with playing Willis and Sheriff Labat. They were two people that went before the commissioners. That's where the money comes from. They went before the commissioners asking for all of these millions, saying that they wanted this money so that they could better staff their positions and service the people in a manner in which the people should be served. Also, they were in favor of getting billions of dollars for a new facility. But that was eventually shot down, and that was good. Because if you look at how they take care of the house that they have now, you could only imagine how they would tear up a house that's brand new with substandard material. Now, I don't know if it's going to be substandard, but looking at the way things are going, a lot of people cut corners and use substandard material. So I'm not blaming anybody for anything. I'm just speaking one woman's opinion. Do know anything that I suggest that you do is not legal advice. It's a suggestion, and it's things that I've done. I'm going to start a series on my members only. I don't have a lot of members, but I'm going to start posting on my members only. I'm going to start talking about the workers' comp case. And perhaps you know somebody who's going through workers' compensation in your state. I don't know state laws, I only know Texas. But you can research just like I do, and you can find out the steps. And I believe it's probably going to be pretty much close to the same. Because even though we're different countries, different states, we have constitutions that, for the most part, as far as the powers go, they're the same. You know, the executive, the legislative, the judiciary, they have the same, and they delegate the same pretty much authorities to the same state agencies. So some states may not require workers' compensation insurance. Some states do. Some states may not require it, but they may have it. And if they have workers' compensation, then you cannot sue that company if you're harmed on the job. You have to go through the process of the workers' compensation exclusivity jurisdiction. And those are the kind of things that I'm going to start talking about, because we've been in this fight for 7 years. Phyllis has been presenting her case, and I have been doing the research. And now she really understands what's going on, and she's been researching and being able to explain it in a manner that's pleasing to me. And I'm not a professional, but I know what I be wanting her to say, and she's there now. So it really feels good. And that's what I've been working on. I got a whole motion to write, maybe 2. And it's very time consuming, because this is going to be, whenever we finish a precedence case, this is going to set a standard for real. Because we haven't been able to find any case law that applies to our case, with the exception of our case law that is now on the internet, because we won an appeal through the 3rd District of Appeals in the state of Texas in Austin. And it was reversed and remanded. So now we are actually a case one may want to quote when they're doing this type of lawsuit. Having said all of that, I want to get ready to get into this, because I'm going to show, actually it's about 30 minutes, I'm going to show the DA and the sheriff talking their talk before the commissioners. It's something about Mr. Pittman. I used to like that man, I thought, until I really heard that man in one of the commissioners' meetings. Because of LA Pink, I started watching their commissioners' meetings. And when I heard him wanting to put people out because they were saying that they had a culture of criminality. They called it something else, but I can't think of the exact word right now. But when I heard that, I said, he's not what I thought he was. He doesn't want people to exercise their free speech. He didn't like the fact that they called them names. Well, I'm sure none of us like the fact that people call us names. But I am Toothless Silverback Production. Keep it G. And that's on the Farilla. I am Toothless Tiger. Proudly. I am who I say I am. And nothing less and nothing more. We have a right to be criticized, whether we like it or not, because we have opinions. Hey, so Alicia, it's good to see you. I thought about you today. That's really something. I almost called you today. Well, actually text you, because I didn't do no calling. I actually text just to see how you were doing. And I hope all is well with you. Y'all, believe it or not, I was off for a week and there was no rain. And y'all know in the past, whenever it's time for me to go on, we always seem to get rain. Well, it started raining not too long ago. Real heavy. And Phyllis said they said it's going to be heavy all night until tomorrow. So I don't know. It's done slacked up a little bit. But if we get disconnected, that's what it is. If my internet playing crazy, that's what it is. We're no longer going to give nobody else no power, talking about they doing all this flagging or whatever, because we don't care. I'm going to share with you guys what I have to share. Unfortunately, it's not all YSL, although I'm very still interested in that case, and I'll watch it with Cat Not Williams. And I think that if anybody would like a good breakdown on how that case is going, Cat is definitely the chat to be in. Although there are great people. There is a lawyer, ATL Fit lawyer. She's new. And in 1 week, in 2 days, she went from 66 subscribers to 6,000. And she monetized in 1 week. And now she's monetized. And I'm very happy for her. She's an excellent sister. Does a great job. And of course, everybody know I love Mel, and that is, I'm not a lawyer, but Liquid Concrete, I just love them. Flesh of the Gods, there are so many great people. Seti Nash, Nick Stavro. It's so many great people that are really putting out this story. And I love Tasha. Tasha is from Florida, and she is so funny. I love the way she sounds. I didn't know where she was from, but I thought it was somewhere like Florida or New Orleans or perhaps Georgia. They all kind of sound alike to me, but she articulates very well. But she is so funny, and she can go real ghetto on you real fast. But she's a beautiful person, and it's simply thought. And I'll be dropping those links in the chat throughout, when we're watching. I thank you for stopping by, Alicia. So I'm going to get started, guys. We're going to go from finding them asking for this money, and I want y'all to see the dogmatic way in which they're speaking and talking to the commission. And then we're going to go to the Justice Department. I don't know if you guys know that I did a story on this person with the Justice Department that's handling, she's an attorney general or something to that effect in the Justice Department that's handling this. And I know I didn't do it because the ACLU had already filed a complaint with the Justice Department. But I was saying I hope that, I think her name is Christian, could get in on this investigation. Well, trust me, she's leading the investigation. And then I have the commissioner who is he's the chief commissioner, the chairman of the board, which is Mr. Pittman, who I believe know all of this stuff that's going on, and I believe that he's one of the ones that helped fund all of the wrongdoing that's going on, which of course I could be wrong, but that's just one woman's opinion, and I don't mind voicing it. And that's because of what I heard him say just that one day in that meeting that I thought was really sad that he would do that and say that. But he did that and said that and didn't want the people in there, and he will cut them off in a heartbeat when they, little last 15 seconds are up. So it's really something that you have to watch behavior of people. A lot of people claim that that's what they, measure people by. But just remember, whatever you measure somebody by, that's the same measurement that you're going to meet. Hey, Satar, good to see you. And of course, we know you're on daddy duty. It's always awesome to see you too. I'm glad when I get to catch you on, because you go on at different times now. So I'm more than happy when I get to come in there and let you know that I'm there. Because sometimes I'm there and I just don't let you know. But it's good when I can. And then I'm going to show a little bit of my video when I was talking about what was happening, you know, what Fonnie Willis was promising when she came into office. So here we go. We're going to start with the Fonnie and the sheriff. I'm talking to myself, y'all. I was trying to crop this out where you could just see this. One day I figured it out, but I don't know how I did it, so I'm going to leave it alone for right now. We just going to go with what I have on the screen.
Heard of ORCA. What does the acronym stand for? Can somebody?
I actually learned the other day after you asked me that question that ORCA is actually not an acronym. It's what they have referred to for this COVID backlog. ORCA, and I can't make this up, is a big whale. I guess they thought because this is a big problem, they would call it that. I didn't make it up, but we need those funds.
Okay. Okay. And so, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO and COO, can you speak to?
Now, let me just remind you guys that this was July 15th, 2021. So this is when she first took office and when she was preparing to pay her lover $780,000, not to mention the possible $300,000 to $500,000 that she paid his partners before she brought him on in November of 2021. So let's not forget that she's already paying out $1 million for these people. Now, she hadn't paid it out yet. She was preparing to do that while she's talking about these funds. And the very documents and the very things that she's asking for here at this commissioners meeting, the reason why this is so very important is these are the documents that they fought tooth and nail with Ashley Merchant, my shero. They fought her very hard to keep from providing. Who did she hire during this time that she was in office that she said she needed these extra millions of dollars? Who did she hire? What did she do with the money? What are the invoices? What did they do? And so that's why that case was so very important. And Ashley won. We haven't heard yet if they've provided the information yet. But we saw that Dexter guy, and I don't know if he's still with the DA's office, but he certainly should have been demoted, if not, deleted from the role of an employee, because he was terrible representation on the witness stand. I think people tend to forget when you hold a public office and you have a public staff, then you are answer to the people. And I think that's one of our problems as a people. We don't honestly know the Constitution and the meaning behind it. We allow other people to tell us what it's about. But if you start researching for yourself, you will come to know that a republic form of government doesn't mean one party or another. It means the people rule. That's what the republic form of government means. And we only pick people to represent or present our issues to other nations so that we can come to a consensus and live in harmony one with another. Of course, it doesn't go that way, but that's what it was designed for. That's the document that runs the corporation. And we are a global world of contracts all over the world. It's either a treaty or, a constitution that one lives by in their own state. That's why they call them nation states. And a lot of us has never heard this terminology. Maybe some of you that comes here often may have heard this terminology through me sharing it. But I wished that we would start researching and learning for ourselves, especially to teach our babies, because one day we're not going to be here. And I truly believe that the children are our future. What are we leaving them? We believe we don't have an estate, but we do. We are the estate. And everything that belonged to us belonged to our estate. But we think because we don't have zeros behind our names, we're not worth anything. And that's not true. Simply not true. So let me get back. I just wanted y'all to know that this dogmatic attitude was precipitated by them wanting to get the money to hire the people the sheriff said he needed and the equipment that he needed to help fight crime. Yet we incarcerate people and never indict them. Isn't that something? Never assign them counsel. Y'all, something wrong with that. Okay, here we go.
To this funding, and what is the situation with this $2.46 million that the DA is saying she was supposed to receive? Is she going to receive it? Is there a, I mean, explain if you can, please.
And I would ask another question if respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask that the chart that was sent by your representatives at those rates and those positions, if we are actually going to get that, or if we're going to keep going through this song and dance.
I don't know of a chart, so you're going to have to tell us about that, because I don't know about a chart. I haven't received. Has anyone on this board received a chart of positions or something?
I'm sure they're aware of the chart.
Is there a chart, Mr. County Manager, that she's talking about that you can share with us?
I'm not sure exactly what chart she's referring to, but as we presented today, the budget for the court backlog reduction is now at 75 million versus 61. So it is fully allocated in terms of the resources that we have from the American Rescue Act. So now, I guess from a does she get it, I'll turn to Sharon, but now the process is that it's fully funded, the positions are allocated, and she has the ability to hire. But let me defer to Sharon.
Is this the sheet that you're speaking of that's coming?
Yes, Vice Chair Hall, that is the chart. These are the positions. Those were the rates of pay we were told. That was agreed upon. As you see, it is in writing, and I just want to make sure that it is honored, because I did 2 transactions and already there were problems.
So who told you that this was approved? Because I don't see I'm looking for the county manager, the chief financial officer, and the COO at least to be on here, and Hakeem, our director of finance, but I don't see any of them on here. On this email is coming directly from Shay Alexander, who isn't Shay still just a contractor?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
So she told you that this was approved?
yes, we met with Mr. Adams and Ms. Alexander. We did that for months. We wrote out the positions. They met not only with my office, they met with every justice partner. We worked out the things, and then we were sent that this is the list of how you are to do things. And so then we began to do things in that order. And as I told you, transaction 1 and 2, problems already. And so those immediate 1 and 2 have been resolved, but I can't do that for transactions. I've heard you all today talk about hiring for different projects. And what I have to tell you is I've been hiring for the last 6 months, and every time it is difficult. And so I want to assure that what we said was going to be done is going to be done the way it was outlined for us.
Mr. County Manager, did you know about this document that was given to the DA and said it was approved?
Yes, ma'am. We met with the DA and discussed it with her recently. I think it was Friday.
Okay, and so it was approved then?
Well, you know, fundamentally, what the disconnect, I guess, if you will, was Shay, and don't let me speak for you, where did Alton go? But Shay and Alton were working with all the justice partners to outline the plan for court backlog reduction. When this document was put together, to the best of my knowledge, and you can look at this and somewhat surmise this, these salaries are rounded numbers, 75,000, 53,000, 80,000. They are not precise numbers. So as the DA went forward to hire based on this, which was essentially a consultant working document from Shay Alexander, as it so happened, the first 2 that went forward did not have a good coordination with HR, and an offer was made to 2 people that's slightly above the authorized salary grade, the higher limit of the salary grade. So we did have to get together and either do one of 2 things, change the offer letter back to the lower number, which I think, I don't remember, Ken, exactly what the number was, but let's say $15 less. It was an absurdly small number, or change the position title to a higher title. And that was the decision that we collectively made.
And so are you currently working on moving forward with completing this list of hires?
Yes. So, and let me ask Sharon to speak to the plan that we gave to the DA that I think will facilitate not only better working, but elimination of any miscues.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Vice Chair Hall, the one thing that we, after the meeting with the district attorney, we have the HR staff reviewing the list to validate that the grades and the salary ranges all are in line with what our grades and salary ranges are, and that we don't have any more issues relative to that process. We've also shared with the DA from a procedures perspective, you know, the time frame and the timeline for offers to be made, to make sure that the offer letter itself is reviewed by HR to ensure that it has all the correct language, since these are going to be time-limited positions, and that the title and the grade and the salary on the letter all agree to what's in the list. And so there were a few, I think, issues that needed to be corrected on the list, which HR and Shay Alexander and the finance department have been working on the last couple of days. It's not just the list for the district attorney. They're reviewing the entire list of all 300 plus positions for the backlog project in general, just to make sure that we don't have any other issues pop up like this. the DA just happened to be out in front on this. So we are trying to work through these issues and get her where she needs to be relative to continuing to move forward. The positions are staggered by month. And in addition to these positions, we also are working with the DA so that she can utilize her salary savings that she's accrued this year to be able to hire some additional temporary positions through the end of the year to help meet part of the need that she identified in her slide.
And so, Commissioner Hall, I want to say a couple of things right there. My brother in crime said, hey, they told me they were taking my salary savings. I said they told me the same thing too, till I had the pleasure of seeing County Manager Anderson in the parking lot and told him that when I spoke to the commissioners, they all said that wasn't right, Commissioner, from the mighty District 6. And so after I can get to you, then things change. And so I won't speak because I want the sheriff to be able to use.
The title, My Brother in Crime, never sat well with me. I don't know how anybody else feel about that, but that's just not nothing I would say out loud in a commissioner's meeting on YouTube, on video. Let's say it like that there.
Utilize some of my time and speak, and I want to make sure you know that this is the struggle that we are going through. And quite frankly, Commissioner Hall, I've told this, I don't say anything behind someone's back, I don't say to their face. And what I have told your county manager, your employee, is I don't have the bandwidth anymore for these games. I need to get to the business of solving crime. And I believe the
So as we can see in her failed YSL case, that her business of solving crime is plea deals, which we now have learned on here in the Tiger's Den, the trial penalty, that they're taking away our right to trial. And if you choose to go to trial before a jury of your peers, then they're offering you an astronomical amount of time to spend behind bars, whereas you can be the stepper, as they call them, the shooter. You can do whatever you do to people, and as long as you cop a plea to a lesser charge, you could be back at home that evening eating popcorn and watching somebody else's video. That's what their war on crime is. Go figure. Let's keep going.
sheriff wants to address you.
Sheriff Labat.
I want to do everything in proper order. Let me be clear. First of all, thank you, Madam DA. And I said this repeatedly, we got the baddest DA in the country.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So the line, I didn't just come up here to be cute. And this vest is for a reason, because I had a county commissioner say that sometimes sheriffs talk big. See, I don't play one on TV. I am the sheriff of Fulton County. I'll be on the street tonight fighting crime.
Yeah.
We started putting people on the street long before tonight, working with APD, working with Georgia State Patrol, creating a Scorpion team that's gonna fight crime. We're gonna give, I told Madam DA, we're gonna fill your desk up. We're gonna fight crime and we're going after these bad guys. Some of y'all thought I was playing. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint. I will ask for permission to be on the next board meeting. Can y'all put?
They going after the bad guys, but they're locking them up and not giving them due process or due course of law. They're locking them up. They're not giving them quick and speedy trials. They're not indicting them. And some people, a trip to jail for a traffic stop or a traffic ticket could end up being a life sentence or even a death sentence in some cases, where you don't get to come home to your loved ones. So y'all need to think about that while he's all in himself talking about locking them up and fighting crime and having on his vest, and he doesn't play a sheriff, he is the sheriff. But he used to also be, as Judge Joe Brown stated many a time, a soft porn actor. So we don't know what he is really, but we know that he's misappropriating funds. We do know that. We do know he got a Sprinter van, Mercedes-Benz, over $200,000 for a sheriff truck that has just happened to disappear. We do know that. So let's keep listening.
Put that in whatever the 28-day cycle is, because when I first started, I said I learned that I had to be 40 days ahead of the conversation to even come speak to y'all. See, I'm not used to that.
What?
Let me back up and say thank y'all. Thank you for coming to visit. Thank you for having the conversations. Thank you for the $6.8 million. Let me be clear that I had to get 4 votes on, right? I can do the math. Only to find out later, it wasn't a pay raise, it was a salary adjustment. Let me be clear. We are underpaid and overworked. I had 15 people in the last 30 days leave the Fulton County Jail as detention officers to go work somewhere else. I text you every time I see Sandy Springs offering $7,000 to come work for us and a $3,000 relocation fee. Cobb County offering $5,000 and a $2,000 relocation fee. It's a tough time to be in law enforcement.
Wow.
But each and every one of you call me when you're going up Bankhead Highway.
And the lady who keeps making all of that noise in the mic, all soft and sexy sounding, that's the one that cost the Fulton County constituency $1.5 million in sexual harassing the chief of staff that she had working under her. So, just because they sound concerned doesn't mean that they're always concerned. It's a play, and every actor and actress have a part, and they're playing their parts. A lot of people keep talking about the system, the system, the system. The system is working perfect. We need to learn the system so that we can counter the system. It's written so that we may know.
And it's nothing but ATVs blocking the street. But I can't get a Bearcat after I go through the process. Mr. Davis, thank you, I appreciate that. Of playing you all's games in finance, because that's all they are. Everybody wants to move the goalpost when we get to the end. It ain't your money. It's been approved here, and I'm going to spend it accordingly. And the next time, Ms. Whitmore, and I've sent you emails, and I appreciate you responding eventually. And let me be clear, when I sign my name as the sheriff, which one of y'all, when you sign something on your staff, write a check, Ms. Whitmore and her team rejects? Because we just haven't done it that way. When I work a deal to get a Bearcat so that I don't have an MRAP breakdown on Georgia 400 on the way to a SWAT call where a guy has been charged with killing 28 people, ends up killing himself. My MRAP sitting on the side of the road. But I put a plan together, following the rules. Mr. County Manager, I appreciate it. We have a relationship. That's what this county's not used to. We talk 2-3 times a week. We talk, and I appreciate that. But what we have is a bad culture. And we need to figure out how to fix it. When I signed something, I was elected to do it. I'm going to manage my budget, I promise you. But don't tell me that these salary savings I can't use to do other things proactively. When I've heard for 2 years, I ran for 2 years, and what you heard was the sheriff just didn't really come to the board. He didn't talk. I would encourage you to understand this, and this is not you all's fault. Let me be clear, because as I've churned and overturned Plymouth Rock, what I found is the rock landed on you. You didn't land on Plymouth Rock. And so what you were getting was bad information. And so when I come to you and tell you that I got a K-9 unit, that in the middle of a search, the unit goes bad, we got to borrow one from Clayton County because it doesn't have air conditioning. My dogs deserve better. When I tell you, and again, thank you, I appreciate the conversations around the jail. And I appreciate the passion in which the county commission has said to the city, we got to do better. And we will. And we absolutely will. But let me tell you about the equipment. I ordered rifles the SWAT team hadn't had in years. And somewhere along the process, be it my folks, be it finance, we ordered $90,000 worth of rifles, the best equipment you can get. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody in finance said we had to send the sights out for the rifle. Let me put that in. You look through a sight to make sure you can hit the target down range. But because of our processes, 30 days later, the sites are approved. And guess what? They're approved by the same vendor. We have a flawed culture. It is time we fix it. And if you don't believe we're out here fighting crime, come meet me in Metropolitan tonight. Right? You don't believe we're out here fighting crime, meet me out at Fulton Industrial. We put the necessary resources in place, but it's like pulling teeth. It is absolutely absurd. I do want to give a shout out to the county attorney and her team. The 11th Circuit ruled in our favor today. Hopefully you can give the board some update on that, because it's good news about how we treat people. See, I didn't just get in here to walk around. We are going to handle our business. I am going to bring you the facts. And Commissioner Hausman, I appreciate you asking for the facts. But we are going to bring you what you need in the next board meeting, right? That will show you that we are $20 to $30 million understaffed if you want to have a true sheriff's office in your county. We are partnering with all 15 cities to include colleges to get the best training we can get to give our citizens what they need and deserve. See, what I come to learn is that you being plural, in many instances, didn't understand the breadth and aspect of what the sheriff's office actually does on a daily basis. I appreciate the additional conversations so that we can, but now we're 6 months in. The education is gone and we need your help. So I wasn't privy, and I appreciate Alton and Shay in the conversations around this rescue money. But when I said I needed 50 deputies and it comes back on that chart that I'm getting 15, somebody didn't hear me. Or the allocation of funds simply was not done appropriately. I don't get it. I come from good government. And I'll tell you publicly what I've said. The city's behind five years behind the rest of the world, and the county's 10 years behind that. You don't get it because you breathe rarefied air. Right? Everything you get in here from this board over, right, outside personal meetings, is, yes, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner. This is what we'll do to fix it, Commissioner. And so we thought it, my sister and I thought it our duty to give you what we honestly said we were going to give you from the beginning of taking office, is the hard facts, the truth. I appreciate the time. I do indeed. I appreciate you taking my call, Commissioner Hall, every time. I appreciate Chairman, every meeting we have, no one has not been responsive to the call. It's time to vote. It's time to put the rubber on the road. It is time to invest in public safety, and not just on the telephone. It is time for us to really show the citizens of Fulton County what a sheriff's officer can be, what a DA's office can be, if properly resourced. It's simple as that. It's simple as that. And so while the notion was, not notion, the facts were, we didn't get a chance to transition. But you didn't either believe in us when we said the fat meat was greasy, or you wanted to give a test of time. We're 6 months in. And it is time for us to look beyond where we are. I was so happy the other day, I printed it off, I sent it to your office, and I'll make sure everybody has a copy when the president said we can use this rescue money to fight crime. Let me give you an example of what this looks like. Look at the largest sheriff's office in the Southeast. We use these things that we call tag readers. We mount them to cars, $17,000 a piece, right? For the whole setup. We have the sum total of one vehicle that can read tags. And it's broken down. So when I work with Joe, when I work with director to put together the equipment I needed, we got women and men out here protecting the best we can, and we're not resourcing them. You heard the DA early on, and you mentioned it, Madam Commissioner, about vests, right? I got vests that are expiring. The expiration date long gone. And maybe some of y'all thought this was for show, but I can't go to a funeral because of a vest. I refuse to. And maybe it's a culture that you just were not informed. I don't know what the answer is. But what you will get is transparency. What you will get is honesty. But we need, somewhere along the lines, Mr. County Manager, the understanding that when the DA and the sheriff, we're elected just like you, right? See, some of y'all are confused, and maybe this is for the audience, because every time you say sheriff's department, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I don't run a department. I run the sheriff's office. And it's insulting to say otherwise. So I say that to say, here's the good news in all of this. We're on the way up. We're on the way up. We don't have nowhere else to go but up. Let me be clear. Let me be clear with my choices, right? But the DA laid it out for you. My heart breaks every time you see someone get killed in Fulton County. But let me take it a step further, and I'm gonna wrap this up. I got a secondary phone. That phone is tied into 911. That 911 system goes off every night. Every night. In Atlanta alone, and DA can give you the rest of the 14 cities. In Atlanta alone, somebody's either shot or stabbed, carjacked or robbed. Every night. Or trafficked. Every night. Every night. And we have an obligation to do better. We took an oath to do better. And we want to be good partners in doing it. But I'm afraid sometimes you all don't get the whole story. And so we thought it necessary to come and have that conversation. And so I'm going to get out the way of my sister.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Sheriff.
I certainly appreciate
So
it.
Commissioner Hall, because
Yes.
I know you said you like receipts. See, I've been watching you all day.
Yes, ma'am.
When the DA has an assistant chief, Clark, stand up, please, that spends 1,000+ hours and 28 meetings to try to get an evidence facility straight, to do the architect to work with who are supposed to be our partners, and does it along with 1,000 hours with the sheriff and also the attendance of 28 meetings. And we are guaranteed to be on this agenda for the 14th, because if we don't get this facility, cases are going to get overturned. And then no one even gives us the respect to call and say it's not on the agenda, we're not going to deal with it. Although when I met with Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Hausman, they all said, but you told us about this in January. Exactly. And since January, we've been doing the work. See, if my people treat any one of you like this, this is what they can each tell you. They're going to be fired that day. I'll deal with the consequences later. So I'm asking you to get your staff together so me and my brother can stop being treated like this.
I'm so sorry, because I didn't see anything about an evidence facility on this agenda,
You're the
nor
one that told me.
any, I told you I didn't see anything. I didn't know anything about it. And so I just want to make sure that I get all my answers. I did hear Madam CFO say that the salary savings that you have would be used, that you will be able to use them, and I just want to make sure this amount on here is correct. Is $641,000 in salary savings, Madam CFO?
We calculated 617 for the salary
I'll take the
savings.
617 because I was told I can't use anything.
All right, so 617 it is, going once, going twice. All right, and so you're gonna move forward with these positions to help the district attorney try these cases, because I heard you loud and clear when you said that over 1,000 people could bond out and get back in the streets, and these are serious crimes. These are not just, I jaywalked, I spit on the ground, I'm loitering. These are serious crimes, and I don't want to see not one of those people get released out just because we didn't do what we needed to do financially for your office. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Commissioner Hall, I would ask with my brother that I could be on the next agenda so that the other pot that I want to deal with, because we have been strictly told that money is for COVID, and it's all right because I have enough to do with COVID, that we can ask for the other 2.5 that I referenced in the PowerPoint to deal with the rest of the cases. And so I would ask to be on your agenda.
So let me ask that Alton never came back. Well, let me ask this question, Mr. County Manager. In the COVID-19 plan that we just passed, it says that there's a court case backlog line item, but it only is speaking to cases. Is there, can we add a line that specifically addresses these areas for the sheriff and and Madam DA? And can someone confirm if we can use, whether or not we can use ARPA funds for what they're looking for? Because as I stated in the last meeting in June, reading the ARPA website information, it said specifically that President Joe Biden set aside these funds that are that can be used toward law enforcement and can be used toward preventing violence and funding peace. So I would like to see that you go back and add a line for these things and let us know what can we fund through ARPA so that we can at least have something to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Harrington?
Love to know why we are here at this hour. Why are they frustrated? Why would you tell them they can't get their salary savings? Why would you not expedite their hires? She said coming in, she's gonna get rid of 70 people and hire 130 people. We've been knowing that for 9 months. So how do we get to this point where she's out trying to hire people and we're having hiccups. I want to say it's unintentional. But then when I look on the agenda and I see Commissioner Hausman talking about, oh, we passing the lowest millage rate ever. Fuck the lowest millage rate. We gotta get these people locked up. They gotta be arrested. I don't give a darn about no damn low millage rate. Where's the money that the DA's office needs? Where's the money that the sheriff's office needs? Where is the cooperation that they need? It's not even really the money. Where's the cooperation? They gotta spend 1,000 hours to negotiate a damn lease, and then gotta come down here and wait 10 hours to fucking speak, and y'all won't
Marvin.
give them the money that they need? You won't cooperate with them to give them to be able to hire the people that they need? That's preposterous, Mr. County Manager. Please make sure that this never happens again. But see, when somebody sneaks the lowest millage rate ever on the agenda, now
Now they tell the public they can't use profanity and things of that nature, but he can sit up in a meeting before the public, the people's court, and use profanity, and that's acceptable. And then I didn't hear the commissioner say anything, the chairman. But if someone in the audience happened to use a word that's considered profanity, their mics are cut off. It's amazing. These people up there doing all this drama. Now, I know that Martin Luther King was from Atlanta and all, but he was up there like he was doing a Martin Luther King speech, trying to get all the coloreds in 1963 to start voting Democrat. I mean, it's just unbelievable what we have to go through as a people and how we swayed by anybody and anything. And that's people, period. Doesn't matter what your nationality is. You know, like groups do the same thing. They really do. That's what people do. They just jump on board. They don't know what's being said, why it's being said. All they know is, all my life I had to fight. And I'm gonna tell y'all, it was hard for Harriet. It was hard. But we made it. And we gonna keep on marching on. Y'all need to be tired of that, for real though. At some point, and we've seen it, other people gotta start dreaming. We can't latch on to a 40, 50, 60-year dream. That's why we see this nightmare on Rice Street. You see, because we swore, if given an opportunity, and we know that we are brilliant and resilient people, We know what we can do. We know what we have done. But in our lifetime, have we seen it? A lot of selling out, gatekeeping, cattle prodding. We don't see people trying to work for the greater good of humanity. At least I don't see a lot of it. I know that there are people out there doing it every day. I'm one of them. But I'm talking about looking past myself. There are people that are out there sacrificing and doing everything they can to right a wrong, to sound the alarm. Nobody's listening. Everybody is entertained and everybody is laughing till it's not funny anymore. When it becomes real to you. That's why it's very important to talk about this criminal injustice system. Do we not know that the system is designed for the masses? Do we not know that? And it doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. Regina said exactly all that profanity, hitting his fist down, yelling, and emotional drama nonsense. Just ridiculous. Plain old ridiculous. And as Regina said, yes, ma'am, all my life. Using the black card on the backdrop to every argument of defense. When these people will sell out the very people they proclaim to defend. Corrupted coons and wannabes. And then they get mad when people use words like coons and nigger. Why? Free speech. You got the right to say the same thing if that's what you want to say. That's not who you are. That doesn't bother you. People gonna lose their whole life. I'm not talking about hatred that people teach, because people can teach their children to hate you and they never ever say a ugly word to you. Everything they say is yes ma'am, all the while plotting. We need to learn language and start listening. Body language is one you really need to pay attention to. Believe it or not, that's the only language that does not tell a lie. They got a lot of these FBI agents, which, most of them don't look like us. Some of them do, not many. Talking about they human lie detectors. You too can be a human lie detector when you learn how people respond to things. You can tell when they start lying to you. When their voices change. When their eyes start shifting. When their hands start fiddling and moving. You too can be a human lie detector if you pay attention. I can never let go of the thought that my son always tell me, discernment, mama. Discernment is a lifesaver. Intuition, lifesaver. Whose life? Your life. Michael Jackson say, the love you save may, the life you save may be your own when you start learning truth. Don't allow everything you hear about you be a myth. Now, I'm going to play the end before I play the beginning. What I mean by that is I did a video, like I said, about 7 months ago that talked about the ACLU's lawsuit in reference to this place and the promises that Fonnie made when she took office that she has not lived up to yet. You notice how they keep throwing that getting the criminals off the street, but as we watch the YSL trial, the ones that did the shooting, the ones that was the most notorious, the ones that did the smash and grabs of the ATMs, the one that did the assaulting of people sexually as well as just physically, the ones who did the drive-bys, the ones who did the carjackings, those are the ones that had plea deals and immunity. Did you notice that? How they getting off the streets? And then did you hear Arrington when he was arrogant enough to say we want to get these people locked up? Well, that's the 13th Amendment, by the way, to the Constitution. The only way you can be enslaved is to become a criminal. That's the only way. At least that's what the Constitution says. I didn't make it up. I didn't make it up at all. Okay. The 13th Amendment started out with 20 sections. One thing I like about this AI, and it may be too much, but I like the overviews that it gives us. It says the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution abolished slavery and involuntary servitude in the United States. Text. The amendment states that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude can exist in the United States except as punishment for a crime. It also gives Congress the power to enforce the amendment through legislation. History: Representative James Mitchell Ashley proposed the amendment in 1863. Congress passed it on January 31st, 1865. It was ratified on December 6, 1865. Now, do remember in 1861 is when Congress adjourned sine die. End of day. Meant they went away from Robert's Rules of Order, which is what run all of these organizations and their bylaws and rules and regulations. Significance: the 13th Amendment was a milestone in the fight to end slavery and achieve the promises of the Declaration of Independence. However, the fight for equality continued and continues to date, and progress was stymied by white supremacists, violence, and other factors. White supremacists was introduced when actually we're dealing with hegemony. And that's one group dominating over another group. That's what we're dealing with, y'all. Status. Status. So here we go. Let's listen to what they found. Another 30 minutes.
Rights Division at the U.S. Department of Justice. Joining me is Ryan Buchanan, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. The Justice Department has completed a comprehensive investigation into conditions at the Fulton County Jail here in Fulton County, Georgia. Our investigation finds long-standing unconstitutional, unlawful, and dangerous conditions that jeopardize the lives and well-being of the people held there. We cannot turn a blind eye to the inhumane, violent, and hazardous conditions that people are subjected to inside the Fulton County Jail. Detention in the Fulton County Jail has amounted to a death sentence for dozens of people who have been murdered or who died as a result of the atrocious conditions inside the facility. It's not just adults, but also young people who are subjected to conditions and treatment that violate the Constitution and defy federal law. Many people held in jails in our country have not been convicted. They are awaiting hearings, trial dates, or are serving short sentences for misdemeanors. We find that the Fulton County Jail does not adequately protect incarcerated people from violence, such as stabbing, sexual abuse, or even murder. Physical deficiencies in the environment, such as unlocked doors and large holes in the walls, permit and even facilitate the brutality. Incarcerated people use makeshift weapons built out of jail fixtures to attack others, including vulnerable people with mental health needs and 17-year-old young people. In 2023 alone, we identified 314 stabbings and more than 1,000 assaults. This rate of violence exceeds what we've seen in other cities across the country. The Fulton County Jail had as many stabbings in a single month as the Miami-Dade County Jail had all year, and that's a facility with 1.5 times more people. Since 2022, 6 people in the jail have lost their lives to violence. I'll walk through additional court findings set forth in the report that we're issuing today. Living conditions at the jail are hazardous and unsanitary. Housing units are flooded from broken toilets. Roaches, rodents, and pests abound. Standing water, exposed wiring, and vermin make living areas unsafe. The jail does not provide enough food, leaving people severely malnourished. The jail fails to provide constitutionally adequate medical and mental health care to people at the jail, exposing people to preventable bad outcomes, including injury, seriousness, illness, pain and suffering, mental health decline, and even death. The lack of security staff and failure to prioritize health services impede access to care. Medical emergencies do not receive appropriate medical responses. People at risk of suicide do not receive sufficient protection, and people with serious mental health needs do not receive adequate treatment. The jail uses solitary confinement, also known as restrictive housing, in discriminatory and unconstitutional ways that expose people, particularly 17-year-olds and people with mental health disabilities, to risk of harm, including acute mental illness and self-injury. The jail uses lengthy confinement in restrictive housing as punishment without written explanation, which violates due process. As Georgia is one of only 4 states where the juvenile justice system's jurisdiction ends at 16, there are 17-year-old boys and girls also held at the jail. And these 17-year-old boys and girls are exposed to particular harm. The jail does not provide special educational services to 17-year-olds who are entitled to them under a federal law.
In one of my videos that I did in the past, it talked about the jail floor that they made for 17-year-olds in particular because they were locking them up in droves. I'm telling you, until we the people start getting interested in what's happening to us and learning something different, nothing for us is going to change. And that's us as the masses, the people, the everyday, go to work, come home, pay your bills, do the best you can. And it seems like the world is still against you. You got to make a decision. And you got to stand for something no matter what. But you got to do it. Nobody can do it for you. Let her keep talking.
Known as the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It fails to protect these children from violence, including sexual abuse, and it uses isolation to punish them, which both violates their rights and contradicts clear research that such isolation uniquely harms our young people. The jail staff also uses excessive force. This includes deploying tasers without reasonable cause. For example, detention officers tased a man after he said he felt like hurting himself and needed to see a mental health specialist. Such violations stem from understaffing, poor policies, and lack of training and supervisory failures. The summary that I have just shared is how.
Now, all the things that she named is under the sheriff's purview. The sheriff who said he needed the money, and all he talked about was money for crimes of individuals that they allow, whenever they indict them, to plead. We have a RICO-hungry DA who saw a way to launder a lot of money. And that's my personal opinion. With all of these RICO cases, you won't even indict one individual individually, but you will go and indict 28 and 40 people at one time. Come on now. As the young people would say, make this make sense.
Empowering enough, but individual experiences are gut-wrenching. For example, LaShawn Thompson, a black man with serious mental illness, entered the jail on low-level charges and was confined to the mental health housing unit. 3 months later, staff found him dead in his cell, infested with lice, and as a medical examiner concluded, neglected to death. Several months before that, another black man with serious mental illness died after he stopped taking his medication. 2 more black men with mental health disabilities were murdered by their cellmates. Weeks after we opened our investigation, 6 more black men died at the jail. All of this is a racial justice issue. 91% of the people living in these abhorrent, unconstitutional conditions are black, as compared to 45% of Fulton County's overall population. It's also important to note that the vast majority of the approximately 2,000 people held at the jail have not been convicted of a crime. They are awaiting hearings and have yet to be tried, many of them. There are also a significant number of people with mental health disabilities. During our investigation, we worked closely with correctional, medical, mental health, and educational experts. We physically inspected the jail and observed housing units. We visited medical and mental health service areas. We reviewed thousands of pages of documents and interviewed dozens of jail staff and leadership. And we listened to the people held inside the jail and their advocates and their family members. We thank officials for their cooperation, and we thank all of those who provided valuable information and whose advocacy predates this investigation. I'll note that officials have taken preliminary steps to improve conditions, but they simply are not enough. We hope our findings report sounds an alarm that will prompt the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office to swiftly implement the comprehensive reforms necessary to ensure constitutional conditions going forward. At the end of the day, people do not abandon their civil and constitutional rights at the jailhouse door. Jails and prisons across the country must protect people from the kind of gross violations and unconstitutional conditions that we have uncovered here. I'll now turn the floor over to U.S. Attorney Buchanan.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Buchanan, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Northern District of Georgia. 1974, Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall wrote, "When the prison gates slam behind an inmate, he does not lose his human quality, his mind does not become closed to ideas, his yearning for self-respect does not end, nor is his quest for self-realization concluded." 50 years later, our comprehensive investigation into the conditions of confinement at the Fulton County Jail has, at its basic level, revealed that the men and women and young people who find themselves housed at the jail are often left to wonder whether their humanity remained intact once they crossed the threshold of the jail facilities. Whether at the main jail, which is known to many in our community as Rice Street, or at its annex facilities, people in custody in Fulton County who are accused of crimes or awaiting formal charges or trials must protect themselves from brutal physical attacks by other detainees, subjected to frequent excessive force, manage their well-being with inadequate food and unsanitary living conditions, and hope that they can find access to a strained medical and mental health care program. The most obvious casualties of the civil rights violations occurring in the jail are those who leave the jail in body bags. But our investigation has revealed hundreds more injured, traumatized, and dehumanized people, all of whom are just as deserving of the protections of the Constitution as all of us in this room. Since we announced our investigation in July of 2023, the United States Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Georgia and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice have worked diligently to meet our shared mission: to advance the public safety, to uphold the rule of law, and to protect civil rights. There is no greater example of this mission at work than protecting and vindicating the rights of those who are under the custody and control of jail authorities, who themselves are duty-bound to protect the public and those in their custody. We began our investigation after LaShawn Thompson was found in his cell, neglected to death, covered in lice. But in the time since his death, several more young men detained in the jail have died, and many died violent deaths. Our investigation revealed unacceptably high incidents of assaults and stabbings, and in some cases, most disturbingly, jail staff witnessed and allowed the attacks without intervention. 2023 alone, there were over 1,000 assaults and more than 300 stabbings in the Fulton County Jail. It outpaces the rate of similar assaults in other major city jails, almost 2-to-1. Those numbers only reflect the reported attacks. Many detainees told our team that they explained that they feared for their safety. They were reported that they had been stabbed or assaulted. One such detainee was left untreated for multiple stab wounds for a week until our team alerted the jail of his injuries. Also unaccounted for in these disturbing numbers are numerous allegations of violent rape, sexual assault, and harassment. The crisis of violence in the Fulton County Jail has resulted in part because of the lack of effective classification and housing planning, which allows for extremely violent individuals and gang members to be housed with vulnerable and low-risk individuals. And particularly, vulnerable individuals are most subject to violence in the jail, including people with serious mental illness, gay and transgender detainees, and 17-year-olds. In addition, the Fulton County Jail employs too few guards relative to the number of detainees to keep people safe, and poor maintenance of basic fixtures allows violence to go unchecked. But numbers aside, jail staff are often unaware of violence because they conduct inadequate security rounds. We uncovered incidents where hours or even days passed before victims of assaults were discovered by staff. In one shocking case, while an officer sat in an observation tower, a man was killed with his hands and his feet bound. He was not found until his body was extremely cold. Additionally, hundreds of broken light fixtures and cell doors allow violent detainees to move about at will in the shadows, and sometimes through the very walls of the facility. Equally alarming, men and women in the Fulton County Jail also experience violence from the staff. Our investigation showed the crisis of violence, the lack of security at the Fulton County Jail is paired with staff that resort to the use of force too quickly and too often. We found that staff were regularly deploying tasers and pepper spray without any warning and for minor rule infractions like failing to hang up a phone quickly enough, yelling, or not putting items away as instructed. The rampant use of tasers is particularly disturbing. The risk of cavalier deployment of tasers is not just the temporary pain of electrocution. Detainees have been hospitalized for serious injuries caused by probes that are embedded in sensitive parts of the body, like the neck and even in the bone. The excessive use of force in the jail is not confined to a few bad actors. Officers lack policy and training guidance on whether and when force is appropriate, and when officers cross the line, the jail rarely holds them to account. In some cases, the policy is glaringly inconsistent with established use of force techniques. Written policies explicitly state that staff may deploy their tasers against suicidal or emotionally disturbed persons without any assessment of danger to themselves or to others. Staff are permitted to use force when a person interrupts their work, and the use of force reports and supervisor reviews bear this out. Supervisors rarely assess a need for the use of force if they do it at all. Perhaps most concerning, our investigation showed that even when the jail determines that an officer used excessive force, discipline is virtually non-existent. Those officers go back to their jobs to repeat the same conduct. Aside from the glaring risk of violence, detainees face the insidious threat of unsafe living conditions, constant exposure to rodents and pests, and an unsettling disregard for food safety. Detainees in the Fulton County Jail lack basic necessities like working toilets and sinks, and are exposed to flooding, standing water, mold, and what can only be described as filth. Pests carrying bacteria and disease not only run rampant in food preparation areas, but have infested the bodies of the people in the jail, people like LaShawn Thompson. Earlier this year, our team was evacuated from a housing unit in the jail because of a lice outbreak. Given the high incidence of violence in the jail, the need for adequate medical and mental health care is critical. The Fulton County Jail has failed to provide constitutionally adequate care to the men, women, and young people in the custody of the Fulton County Jail in virtually all respects. For a time, because of the unsafe conditions in the jail, Fulton County's health care provider, NAFCare, nearly terminated its contract to provide medical and mental health services for fear that their staff would become victims of the dangerous environment without proper security escorts. The lack of security left an entire floor of the jail without adequate access to care because it was simply too dangerous for the health care workers to go inside. Medication and treatment are often impeded by flooding in a unit, power outages, and the unavailability of officer escorts. This lack of care in the Fulton County Jail has led to at least 17 non-homicide, non-suicide deaths in 2022 and 2023, a rate that is more than twice the national average since 2019. A detainee who reported chest pain later died of a heart attack. Jail failed to assess a man for rapid weight loss before he died, much like LaShawn Thompson, who died after losing over 30 pounds in 3 months. These figures likely underreport the true death toll of people who were transported out of the jail to Grady Hospital and died outside of the jail walls. If someone dies in the jail, there's little or no effort by the jail to determine the root cause of their death. 75% of the people who have died in Fulton County Jail since 2021 had a current mental health diagnosis or a history of mental illness. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the mental health treatment options and suicide prevention practices are grossly inadequate in Fulton County Jail. Our team observed firsthand how custody staff deprioritize mental health issues and fail to respond appropriately to concerns. Requests for mental health treatment are delayed or ignored, and mental health staff are simply unable to provide the minimum standard of care for those who need it. Daily medication is often unavailable, and suicidal detainees are often isolated and locked in restrictive housing in lieu of treatment. And when people are released from the Fulton County Jail, they are frequently left without the medication needed to sustain their health, without notice to their families, and sometimes actively experiencing a mental health episode. This is not a recipe for ensuring the safety of these individuals upon release or the safety of our community.
Now, I don't know if y'all really heard that, but he said that they're actually letting people out of jail while they're in the middle of a mental health crisis. And these are people who go to the county commissioners and tell them they need money to lock people up. So what are they locking people up for? To get rid of the population? It makes no sense. They're not being indicted. They're not being issued public defenders. They're not going to trial. They're spending years incarcerated and never have ever been to court. This is a problem. And these people were elected back into office. They were elected back into office. This is a place, Atlanta, where the people flourish. The stars are there. The new Hollywood. The new San Francisco. There's something wrong. And if the people don't try to enforce this, this is just some statistics on paper, just like all of the other studies. It's amazing how everybody can study our community, but we can't have open dialogue about the community and why the community is the way it is. It's not enough to know the problem, because we're basically dealing with symptoms We need to know the root causes of the problem, and we know what they are. We're not being educated with erudition for human development. We're getting animal husbandry training, docility for animals. Go ahead, lion. Jump between the circle of fire. Oh, little monkey, you can ride the tricycle. Come on now. More people gotta care. It should be, not just because it's me, but the subject matter should have more than 4 people in the chat. And more than Regina and I communicating. But I understand some people just don't want their thoughts to be known. They think, well, if they don't say anything, then trouble won't visit them. But trouble will visit us all. It's what we do in the face of trouble. It's going to determine who we become after the trouble. It's not enough to sit silently by and watch an injustice. It's not enough. And I don't think I mentioned it, but little Rod, the little 14, 15-year-old that went to prison for, they say, a murder he didn't commit, and he's now getting an opportunity to appeal his conviction. He's been locked up for 5 years. He's 20 years old. He went when he was 15. There is a lady that has something similar to a GoFundMe. I forgot what it's called. I'll see if I can find it because I contributed to it. And if anybody wants to contribute it, please feel free. They can use anything. They're trying to get him legal counsel, actually an attorney or a team of attorneys that can handle his appeal. And y'all, this criminal injustice system is very unjust. And for every law that is there to help you, there is a law to counter that law. And if you're not versed in the law, and we're not even allowed to talk about the law almost without being held accountable. Something wrong with a system like this. But we say it's the best system that we have. And it is the only system that we have. And as I stated before, I heard Dr. Joy DeGruy say it. The system is working perfectly. Exactly like it's supposed to. We, as humans, are not doing our part. We're not challenging the system. Today, it's whomever. 5 minutes from now, it could be us. That's how you got to look at life. Right now, it's them. Any moment in time, it could be you or someone that you love and care for very well that are being held in these very deplorable conditions. Mamas, we got to do better. Daddies, we need you. Aunts, uncles, it takes a village of people who've overcome some things and are willing to run on to see what the end is going to be. But you must educate yourself. You cannot sit back and just listen to the masses. You see, they change their mind with whatever goes with the wind. One day everybody's for this person, and they say one thing, and oh no, they gone. Makes no sense, but it's our reality. Let me get back to the young man, Mr. Buchanan.
and it is constitutionally unacceptable. Finally, I'd like to speak about a population in the Fulton County Jail that many may not know exists, a population of 17-year-old boys and girls. All of the constitutional violations that I've discussed today apply with equal force to the young people housed at Rice Street and the annex facilities. The average stay of a 17-year-old in the Fulton County Jail is 392 days. In that time, they are particularly and uniquely at risk for violence, lack of access to mental health care, risk of suicide while in isolation in restrictive housing. During the team's tour of the South Annex, they learned the boys there were held in their cells for 22 hours or more, frequently. The girls housed at Rice Street fare no better. And to the extent that these young people require a kind of specialized educational programs that are called for by federal law, they are not getting them. In fact, no educational services of any kind are provided to the 17-year-old detainees in Fulton County. These young people deserve better. You see that our report lays out the bare minimum measures Fulton County Jail must take to comply with its obligations under the Constitution and federal law. We are appreciative of the cooperation of Fulton County Sheriff thus far, and we look forward to working with them going forward to remedy these civil rights violations in the weeks and months to come. The Northern District of Georgia prioritizes the protection and enforcement of civil rights for our district's most vulnerable residents. We are grateful for the impactful partnership of our colleagues from the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division. We would not be here today without their collaboration. 2022, when I became U.S. Attorney, we formalized our tradition of civil rights work in this office. It's a tradition that dates back to the very first United States Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. We did so by formally establishing a public integrity and civil rights section. This talented, dedicated team of assistant U.S. attorneys, investigators, paralegals, legal assistants, and even interns are to be commended for this work. This team is comprised of people who are citizens of this district, people who live in Fulton County and work every day in Fulton County. They have spent countless hours in the Fulton County Jail speaking with the men, women, and young people housed at the Fulton County Jail. I'm proud to be their colleague. I'm grateful for their relentless effort in upholding the rule of law, advancing the public safety, and protecting civil rights. That's our mission. We relish the opportunity to fight for the rule of law, for the safety of our citizens, and for the civil rights of every human being who lives in the Northern District of Georgia. We do so because our Constitution and our mission mandate equal justice under the law for everyone. Thank you.
Just listening to everything that you guys laid out, what is your recommendation? It sounds like Fulton County Jail needs to be shut down. Do you recommend Fulton County Jail be shut down immediately?
Our report actually sets forth the remedial measures that we think that the jail can put in place to cure the violations that we have identified. They are set forth in the back section of our report. They include improving staffing and security, using a housing and classification system, reducing contraband through increased oversight, improving the physical conditions of the jail, ensuring that medical and mental health care is constitutionally adequate, and ensuring appropriate use of restrictive housing to avoid serious risks associated with isolation. So in short, we can fix these problems, and we are pleased that Fulton County has pledged to cooperate with us in doing so in the road ahead.
we've heard a lot of back and forth between the Fulton County Sheriff and the commissioners about who's ultimately responsible for these problems. Were you guys identifying kind of a point person who needs to lead these charges? Is it a funding issue? Is it a sheriff issue?
Well, we're looking forward to working with Fulton County and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department to negotiate a resolution. And we recognize that this is an important issue for the community, and they will certainly play an important part in the process.
They're one kind of more responsible, or I guess ultimately responsible for the well-being of these inmates.
I think all officials have a role here, and look forward to working with both the county and the Sheriff's Department in the road ahead.
What is your specific time frame, and then how will your office proceed based on the efforts of the county to address this issue?
We are hoping to turn the page today. We've provided our findings to the county and look forward to moving swiftly to address the violations that we have identified. This is a life and death matter for many, given the severity of the violations that we have uncovered.
Have they been given a time frame to address it?
No specific time frame, but we are ready to roll up our sleeves and work now with the county to address these serious issues.
And you've listed a number of civil rights violations. Is anybody being held accountable for the actions that have happened thus far, be it charges, legal action? Who's being held accountable? Is anybody being held accountable for what's happened?
It's an important question. We have heard the calls for accountability. This is a civil investigation carried out pursuant to a federal law known as the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act. What we're seeking to do here is put in place the systemic reforms needed to ensure the safety of those housed at the Fulton County Jail going forward.
I know things are laid out in the report, black and white, but did you know it was going to be this bad, this inhumane, unconstitutional when you went in? And does any of this shock you?
Of course it's shocking. People have died. We started in July of 2023 after the tragic death of LaShawn Thompson. Obviously, when you start something where someone has died, you're already at, in many respects, rock bottom. And so we continued to investigate. Unfortunately, we found that LaShawn Thompson was not the only person who died as a result of these conditions. And then if you scale back beyond just those who died, but those who I mentioned were traumatized, dehumanized, and the like, you come up with a situation that we believe is just unacceptable for our community. And so all of the atrocities that are listed in this report are disturbing. All warrant prompt attention by the Fulton County authorities, and we look forward to working with them as quickly as possible to provide a remedy.
Have you been in contact with LaShawn Thompson's family? They've been very vocal about his death, no protest, all kinds of things. Have you guys personally reached out, or the team reached out to the Thompson family?
We've been in touch with a number of families, a number of advocates, and people housed at the jail, all who shared their testimony, and those stories and lived experiences of people housed at the Fulton County Jail very much informed the findings that we issued today.
Is there any kind of action you guys can take to ensure that these recommendations become reality, or become reality in an efficient manner?
Well, as I said, we are prepared to roll up our sleeves and begin working today with Fulton County officials to address these violations. But we hope our findings report sends a loud message to other officials across the country about the need to ensure that conditions for people housed in jails in our country need to comply with the Constitution and need to comply with federal law. I'm hopeful at the end of the day that Fulton County can put in place the reforms, measures, and best practices necessary so that it might stand as a model for other institutions across the country.
There's no fines or anything. They weren't able to comply or anything like that.
This is a civil investigation, and the remedial measures set forth in our report include policy changes, training, staffing measures, and other action steps necessary to cure the violations. Thank you.
I want to talk about a firm.
What we have to learn is a conversation is nothing to have. People just don't want to do it. My daddy said the only thing that's wrong with right is people don't want to do it. And the only thing wrong with telling the truth, is people don't want to tell it. They'll talk about everything, talk around everything that they can speak on. But when it comes to being honest and telling truth, that doesn't happen. And mainly it doesn't happen in a system that's designed to work the way this system is designed to work. That's why you have so many different statutes, articles, ordinances. It doesn't take all of this stuff to bring a person into account for their actions. They said the governor nor the attorney general had the decency to even make a statement about citizens being held in those conditions. And they're not going to, because they're profiting and benefiting from these very conditions. You know, it's one thing, it's like the school system that everybody wants to be in place. We do need an erudition system to educate children for human development. But the system in which we have today is just not working. And that was set forth back in 1902 by Frederick T. Gates and J.D. Rockefeller, where it states docility training for animals. They don't want you to be thinkers, doctors. They want you to be content just where you are. And most of us are content just where we are, because we believe, for some strange reason, that if we don't say anything, nothing will happen to us. Well, unfortunately, what people are not paying attention to is bad things happen to good people. Life is what it is, and that's life. And we don't control it. We can only control what we contribute to it. And that's a challenge within itself, because we have so many things that we have to fight against in our minds, our conditions, our parenting, our lack thereof, the people we choose to befriend, the people that choose to befriend us. There are so many things, but the mind is equipped to handle it all. Because remember, as I taught earlier, we have 3 minds. You have a mind in the head, that's a brain, in the heart, and in the gut. Whether we believe that or not is a different story. Virginia said no specific time frame to get these remedial measures that have been defined in the report to be completed. No, they never do. Regina said content and complacent, walking brainwashed, conditioned zombies. Exactly right. And not enough people who say they stand for something are willing to stand, or they don't want to be known or seen as having whatever opinion that they have. Not realizing that we all have an opinion, just like birthmarks, the belly button. We all have one. We all came through a woman. So you're entitled to yours. What I'd like people to understand about an opinion is it can be wrong, even if it's yours. It could be right. But it's just yours. And sometimes your opinion with my opinion and somebody else's opinion can make the difference in a whole lot of people's lives. It's just like the politics that we know nothing about. Everybody, if you choose to take that as a profession, at some point in that profession, you're going to have to compromise your values. So you have to decide what values you choose to compromise, because you will compromise. And those that get caught up are normally the ones who say that they're devout, whatever they say they are, and they will not compromise. Those are the ones that go first. I swear when I get to moving around in my chair, I get to thinking about Cat, and they counting the squeaks that be on the chair in the courtroom, and that really tickles me. Asatar said, these conditions are unacceptable. If animals were being treated like this, Peter would be up in arms. We got to do better. That's true. But the only thing about that is that we have to come to the realization that most of these people are considered animals by the time they get to these places. You know, compassion. You know, people believe if you do the crime, you're no good. You're not even worth living. So if it was up to some people, I mean, you know, they would be gone just at the fact that they stole something. But yet we all love to pride ourselves in saying that we're imperfect beings and none of us are perfect. That's true. And you don't have to do some of the things that people choose to do. But you're not in their position. So you don't know always what make people do the things that they do. And you may never understand, understand, or overstand why they do what they do. But for them, that's their only choice. And it could be something against me. I don't control none of that. All I do is just try to treat people right. And demand that they treat me right. That's all I can do. And I can't even demand that. I just know, Regina, you said something one day that was so profound to me, which everything you say is profound. But this stood out to me, just like my son telling me about discernment, when I was talking about some of the people and the things they say when you're in their chats and visiting. And you said something to the effect that you don't have to be in their chat. And that really, really helped me. I got about 20 canceled memberships. Now, I don't know how many of them. Well, I could say only 1 or 2 have ever been a member to my channel. But I thought it was about us building together. And it is about us building together. But just like everything else, it's a clique society. And if you're not at that level, you're not going to get in. So you better do what you do for you and do it the way you do it, or you'll find yourself very depressed. And you'll find yourself like some of these crooks on here, conning people and mistreating people, when you don't have to do any of that. It's enough out here for everybody. Just remember why you came and stay in your lane. They said they held that report until after the election. They are all compromised. Exactly right. They are. And as humans, we all are. You know how some people really believe that people can be bought? The majority of the people can. But there are some of us that won't do it. We just won't do it. everybody thinks everybody is like them for some reason. Why is it like that? I guess that's human nature. You know, liars think everybody lies. Thieves think everybody steals. That's not true. That don't mean that you couldn't do it. But a lot of us make choices not to do it. Don't mean that you had never done it. There are some things that you've done in your life that you thought you were 100% right. That's why you have to know the difference between legal and lawful. There is a difference. It's a big difference. It was once legal to put a people at the end of a rope and put them on a tree. That wasn't illegal. Everybody in the town came together. All the children, everybody came. That was entertainment. It's like these people do when they say hurtful things. That's entertainment. That was legal at one time. It was legal to say nigger. Did nobody care who feelings got hurt? Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Nobody cared. That was legal. It was legal to beat your slave to death if they resisted. That was legal. Matter of fact, there was an act, the Casual Killing Act of 1669. It was legal to say that it was illegal for an Asiatic individual to own a mirror, a hammer, a nail. So, I mean, you know, we could go on and on and on about what was, what is, what ain't, what can't. But it's what you gonna do now. What are you contributing now? And you don't have to be the savior of the world. I learned that the hard way. You're not nobody's savior. Save yourself and treat people right. Show people that they can be loved without strings attached. Show people that love is an action, and it's a positive action. Because for every action, trust me, there is a reaction. And that's part of the 7 Hermetic principles. We have to start educating ourselves. Everybody's worried about who's in office. It does not matter. We have a 2-party system that's backed by one bank, the World Bank. So they create the chaos and then give us a solution and then have us to believe that they're our savior. And we put them in position to do that because we really probably would do this stuff ourselves, but we're scared. We don't want to go to jail. We don't want to get caught up. Boy, it's so much that goes into living. And it starts with to thine own self be true. And if you're not true with yourself, I guarantee you, you're not true to nobody. Just like if you don't have self-love, you cannot love. You can't even relate to love. It's real, y'all. It's really real. Those are the 3 that I had, and now I'm going to show you guys. I want y'all to see how this bold, brazen sheriff, you know, the new one in town, how he spoke at the commissioners meeting. Now I want to show y'all this humble, mealy mouse, broken, don't be deceived soldier look. Because this is deception. And again, It doesn't take rocket science to become an expert at body language. It doesn't. And like Regina said, some of them have practiced and perfected it so well. But I guarantee you, tell the truth. Tell the truth, Regina. So here we go, y'all. Let's look at this man. Now, Mr. Humble himself. He's so humble. Let him tell it. And anybody believe this? Because I did a story on him where he was taking his campaign money and he was funneling the money to his wife's businesses. She had about 3 businesses. I don't know if you all recall. And one thing that I have a bad habit of doing, I don't really know how to come up with catchy names for my videos. So it's hard for me to tell you to go look at this video and go look at that video. And I've been trying to go through them to see if I can tell. And some I've even tried to rename. Still can't come up with no catchy names. But I find a lot of these names are clickbait. So they're not real anyway. So I just do it the way I do it. And whatever happens, happens. You know, that's just what it is. I'm a person, all of my life I've been like in service work, and I've always wanted to help others. I find that there's really no money in that. The people you want to help don't mean that they can't give it. They don't give it. Because one thing I know about people, they spend their money on what they want. And it doesn't matter how poor they are and where they live, under the bridge or in a mansion. They spend their money where they want to spend it. And so I have no issue with people. I just love what I do, and I have to tell others anything that I know, because I know you can only keep what you have by giving it away. Yep, Kelly. Regina say up next. Regina, you're a comedian. Regina say up next, Mr. Humble. Here come Mr. Humble, y'all. Because he is that in this video.
First of all, good evening. Good afternoon. I want to thank Chairman Pitts and his team with respect to multiple conversations we've had about what certainly moving forward after the DOJ, and we've been anticipating the DOJ report, and we are certainly in a space now that we are happy that it has come out. It has right now in it 109 different remedial opportunities for us as we continue. I do want to point out that if you look at it in its depth, it is a point in time study, if you will. And a lot of the things we have worked with the board over the past few months to accomplish, and wanted to highlight some of those. We look at, when I took office as sheriff, we had a population of 3,700 individuals, 600 of them sleeping on the floor. We work with the Board of Commissioners to develop an outsourcing plan. Right now, the population has decreased, ultimately because we have had and formed an inmate advocacy unit, a unit that has gone through and combed through over 30,000 records, work with the DA's office, work with the public defender's office, work with the judges on consent decrees, and release nearly 1,400 people that were considered nonviolent. We also take a look at our accreditation efforts, both with respect to NCCHC, the health accreditation, which we have since attained. We look at some of our daily accomplishments. We have, much as the DOJ report suggests, we have ongoing conversations daily with our command staff in terms of what it looks like for us to continue to move forward after each incident. Use of force reporting, we have revamped that process, and we've revamped some training as we have gone along over the last few months. So we're committed to continue to work with the Bureau of Justice Assistance Program, as well as the National Institute of Corrections when it comes to what going through some of these remedial efforts look like. And I would suggest to you, certainly with the board's collaboration, we have been able to do some things both structurally to the building that ultimately the chairman will cover, as well as programmatically in terms of what it looks like for us to hire, retain, and really focus on a better sheriff's office. So I'll turn the mic over to the chairman, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff, and good afternoon, everyone. I concur with the sheriff. We've come a long ways in really a short period of time, and we have a few steps yet to go. But I'm encouraged about where we are. I was eagerly, and we as a board, eagerly awaiting the report from the Department of Justice, which we received. I've not had a chance to read it in its entirety yet, but we'll do so. But what I understand, it's pretty comprehensive, but we've made a lot of changes and adjustments so far, although I will admit that we have things that we need to accomplish going forward, working with the sheriff. So I think that today is a time of us looking forward and not backwards. How do we accomplish some of the things that have been that were pointed out in the study? But I'm in the process now reviewing the detailed report that was issued, and we look forward to working with the Department of Justice as we move forward, but more importantly, working with our sheriff to make sure that we abide by what's in the report and anything that may be forthcoming. We share the concerns that were outlined, and we're going to be working jointly, cooperatively to address them. We've already begun working on several things, including our jail blitz plan, which is in force now, making considerable progress there, where we've identified issues in 9 of our 11 housing units, and they should be 9 of 11 rather should be finished and completed by the end of the year. The board has also approved spending up to about $300 million to fully address the facility needs. And our meeting on Wednesday, as a matter of fact, the hope is to name a program or project manager for the team to assess all of the needs that they can identify. So I'm excited about where we are, and believe that we're headed in the right direction. I've said all along, that we will have to comply with whatever the Justice Department recommends, and that's what we're in the process of doing now. So thank you all for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sheriff. We can take a few questions at this time.
Hi there, Eric Perry with Fox 5. You guys seem positive and optimistic, but to be honest, the tone this morning was really damning from the Department of Justice. How serious is this, and were you guys already making plans and making changes before now, or because earlier this morning it seems like no changes had been made?
Well, I view that a little differently. If you look at what was said this morning, the tone and tenor was, none of this is new. This is decade-old problems, some that predate certainly the chairman and I relationship. But ultimately, it also said, and it was also pointed out very, very poignantly, these are fixable opportunities. And so that's what our plan is as we get ready to move forward, is to be able to fix each one of these opportunities and move forward.
Sheriff, the DOJ said that some of the violence stems from the fact that, or stems from a lack of an adequate classification system that results in really violent inmates being housed with more vulnerable inmates. Do you have any response to that, and is that something you're trying to address?
So we are addressing that. I have said quite loudly that we will not be able to just simply throw staffing at this. We're going to have to embrace technology, and we're working with our IT department to do just that. There are classification systems that are a little more robust, and we are presenting those as we get ready to move toward the new budget cycle as well.
I just interviewed Andrea Young with the ACLU, and she believes that a big thing that could help with this, I know y'all have talked about, there's just not enough space for all of the inmates, and a big issue she saw was the fact that a lot of people in there can't afford to bond out, and a lot of people in there might not necessarily be in there because of a concern of violence or a concern of being a danger to society. Do y'all feel that maybe there is a systematic change that needs to be in place for the people who do end up in the jail to begin with? So the filtering system of who is jailed in the Fulton County Jail versus, just everyone in jail, and changing how the jail functions.
Well, we don't have the luxury of predicting who is brought to the facility. You look at what some of the conversations had around misdemeanor versus felonies, et cetera. And so we have less than 200 felons there. And ultimately, most of those are domestic violence related. And so we don't have the luxury of saying who comes and goes. But what we do with it through the inmate advocacy unit is really pull. I thought I said less than 200 misdemeanors. All right, I want to make sure I'm clear. So they're less than 200 misdemeanors. The rest are felons. But those are domestic violence related. And so to that extent, we work with the DA's office, we work with the public defender's office to see whom we can really get out of jail if it is applicable. But going through, and I mentioned our inmate advocacy unit, there are times when we find somebody that has a bond that has dwindled down to less than $1,000, $500, $10, or whatever it may look like, and then we get them out of jail. But we can't just let them go. We try and connect them with their families. And that's why it's important to have such programs. And we've invited the ACLU and a number of different community-based organizations in to really help not only see that, but to see what they have to offer as well.
Last question.
Is there still a push from the sheriff to build a new jail? A lot of the things inside of that report was for structural. They cited some of the inmates going between the walls and darkened alleyways and things like that. Is there still a push? Are you still pushing for a new jail?
So it's a great question. And one thing that we have to recognize is that we are going to work with the facility we have The Board of Commissioners has approved, as you heard Chairman say, up to $300 million in renovations. You have to understand that facility was built to warehouse people. And the first thing we have to do is change the culture of how we get people processed through courts, et cetera, because can you imagine if we had 1,000 less people even than we had today? And so ultimately, we have to make sure we focus on adjudication. Specifically, we have to have a replacement facility at some point in the future. And that is at the will of the board and the appetite there. But ultimately, a $300 million renovation is a huge step forward.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate you.
It's amazing, y'all, how okay, I got an article I gotta look at. But it's amazing, all those people walking behind him look old as me and broke down. And then the sheriff looked like he done gained so much weight. He talking about he out there working every night. He out there riding around in that Mercedes Sprinter, taking his friends on a party bus and things of that nature, just like he had his wife doing his public relations and funneling money into her putting on celebrity golf tournaments and stuff like that. But you see, he was very excited about the $300 million that they're going to get. But they've gotten millions before and didn't put it back into the facility. He was so against putting it into the facility. He was all about rebuilding. And he wanted those billions that would come with the rebuilding. Someone said something about the election, and that's very true, because the tables have turned. We don't know how that's going to go, because nowadays they can't count in the days allotted for election counting. We got to go months and years after the election before we know who won the election. Boy, this stuff is really crazy. And we as a people go along with it. And that's what they bank on, and they, rob us of our energy and our mental capacity to think for oneself. And it's really sad that we all do some great jobs for these people, but we get treated like nothing. It's really sad. But who am I and what do I know? But I had put in the chat, in case anybody wants to look at back in 1979 when Ruiz versus Estelle, he was an inmate and he filed a lawsuit and got federal oversight over the Texas prison system. So this stuff is not unique to, Fulton County. I bet you if you just Google a jail in your town, if you got a big town, and the conditions, because we've had problems with our juvenile justice system and the housing and the conditions in which those children are in, and even our county jail, Lou Sterrett. But our sheriff, she's done some great things to, try to curtail those problems. It's really something, though, to have those positions and then to work in those facilities and become as institutionalized as the individuals that you're overseeing. Because one thing that we have to remember is these people must be locked up just like the people that they're overseeing. So that has to have some type of, I believe, and I might be wrong, but I doubt it. It has to have some type of mental effect on the individual that know that they're locked in a facility for 8 to 10, 12, 14 hours, because a lot of these institutions are understaffed. You know, mainly they used to be, it is like this in Texas for sure, in all of the rural towns, and they use farm to market roads and county roads to, you know, travel back and forth through the prisons, and they were put in those places for the rural people, rural folk, as they like to call themselves, mainly European, and give them a economic base where everybody would have a job. So you all may start out as COs, but you move up in the system. And so you may have the daddy is the warden, the mama is the warden secretary, the auntie is the this and the that, and you just, you know, matriculate on down to a CO again, and you go back up to the warden, the captain, the major, you know, the lieutenants, the sergeants, the COs, but they all pretty much are related. And every now and then they'll sprinkle somebody that looks like me in there. But yep, Kelly. And then they come up with these people that make the uniforms. You know, a lot of the inmates do that, but they have people that they formulate businesses with. And with me looking at my Chinese and Korean videos, they really teach me a lot about commerce, believe it or not. And so everybody do business, and everything they do is about doing business with each other. So they come up with these plans like the commissary. You're not going to make me believe that whoever got that contract for that unit, that's not somebody that somebody knows, and they made a job for somebody's child. We don't do that. We teach our children to work well for other people. We don't have a concept of how to work well for yourselves. But there used to be a time when I was growing up when all of the stores, the service stations, the washaterias, the car washes, everything that we used as a people, the beauticians, the barbers, everybody looked exactly like me. The ice cream parlor, the bakery, everything. Nowadays, you can't find people that look like me in our community with the business. You know, we're working for someone else that doesn't speak the language and doesn't know the culture. Well, I'm not going to say they don't know the culture, because all culture came from us. So I'm not going to say that. They just stick to their own customs and culture. And especially the phone system, Kelly, most definitely. And now, yeah, they got where, you know, you can email, you can even video chat. You know, it's really amazing. And with the picture printing, a lot of that, they had a Polaroid camera. And they would have picture day. And just imagine how many $3 and $5 they charge for a picture. And how many family members want to take those pictures. Because I took plenty of them when my ex-husband was locked up. But you only had picture day maybe once a month. Sometimes they would do it once every 3 months. They do it for holidays. You sure right about it, Kelly. And then look at the vending machines. Look who's lucky enough to get their vending machines in the prison system. The vending machines for the sodas and for the chips and candy. Some prisons in Texas even have some hot and cold food in them. Most don't, but I'm told some do. I haven't had the pleasure of visiting those visitation rooms. And Regina said nepotism and favors for a favor. However, please remember, everything comes at a price, and it does. It really does. And those people are willing to pay it. And that's why my mama taught her children, and that's why I can't get upset when I see these people getting all these cash apps and people buying them memberships and all that. I would love to get those and the super chats and things, but I can't get upset at nobody who gets them because these people put in some work. This stuff is not easy. It seemed easy. For me, it's easy because I just get on here and start talking. But for most of these people, they are really good and they have some talent. And they're editing and chopping up and screwing. And I'm talking music-wise when I say chop up and screw. I ain't talking about in no bed. I'm talking about music-wise. And anybody who's a little younger than me know what chop and screw mean. Kenny said they have it where you upload them online and they print and mail them to the inmates. Yeah, they got all kind of stuff now, child. At one while I had a Securus account, you know, and you buy your stamps because you have to do stamps even on email. They make you y'all know they wrong, but that's just a way for somebody in the family to come up with their own business. So, you know, you can't get mad at people for their witty inventions, and if you participate in it, then that's what that is. But there is not much in life that's going to happen that you're not going to participate one way or the other. You may not participate in that system, but trust me, they have a system for you to participate in. Trust and believe, as they say. And so the last video I was going to show some of is the video that I did talking about the report. Hold on a minute. Talking about the report. And I'm going to take the music out because I have music on the other one. And this was talking about the criminal, the lawsuit from the ACLU, which caused them to come up with that information that we got just the other day. And I'm sure it was countless of lawsuits, but this is one that I talked about in detail. And I like to thank all the news channels for allowing us to use their information. Kelly, I really love your channel, and you've given me some ideas, but I know I'm not going to follow through and do it, but you've given me some great ideas. I put everybody that I watch, I put you all's link in there. If y'all would just, stroll back up. I don't believe it's gone anywhere because my chat barely moves. But Regina and I have been talking a lot, so it's probably moved up. But if you all would check up there at the top where I have all of the people and hit Kelly's channel. Matter of fact, check out some of those people and see if that's something that you're interested in. There's some great people doing some great things on YouTube. And I'm just happy to be a part of it in my little lane. But here we go. And this is, I had this, the Justice System Scorecard on the Fulton County Jail. DA Willis, Sheriff Labat, and Chief Justice Glanville are failing the people of Fulton County. Now, that was the name that I had. And here we go. If you have anybody that you love that lives in Georgia, in Fulton County, you should tell them to really start doing their homework, because they're going to be voting on these people in May. And I think she has an opponent, and they may need to just look at really what they're dealing with. Yeah, it really should be, Tasha. I don't even think it is, because these people on YouTube in our area, they think she's a shero, and I don't get it. I think that they all Looney Tunes that think that she's a shero, but that's just one woman's opinion. Okay. Here we go. This is the trial division. Basic steps in a criminal case. The defendant is arrested. Once police have a probable cause, they will make an arrest. Upon being arrested, the accused will be booked at the police station or jail. This process includes fingerprinting, interviews, and photographs. Number 2, arraignment and bail. Thank you, Regina, for redropping that for me. Anybody that's in here, check out Kelly's channel. She has some great stuff. I'm going to start using some of that stuff. It's fantastic. I had a good time. I'm looking forward to when she goes live. Most of them are uploads, but they're very interesting and they're not real long. So it's, something that you could really enjoy, especially if you like, crime and courts and stuff like that, or just people. And the funniest thing in life are people. So I think you should check it out. I did this too, basically, for a lot of people that's not familiar with the criminal injustice system, and they really have had no reason to come encounter with this system. Today, you don't have to have a reason, because you could be the one that anything could go wrong at a stop. And so I think that it would just behoove you to know something about the system, even though you're not a part of this system. Just learn some things, because we hear a lot of these words, but we really don't know what they mean. And so that's what this is about right here. So I'm going to be quiet and let you guys listen to me. I wonder why we always laugh after we say shit. I don't know if the shit be funny or not, but I do that all the time. I say something and then just laugh like it's really funny. I don't know if that's habit, nerves, or it be funny. I really don't know, because my laugh is genuine. But here we go. The defendant makes their first court appearance at the arraignment. During arraignment, the judge reads the charges filed against the defendant. This is also when bail and the next court appearance is set. Pre-trial hearings. A court hearing is hearing to resolve issues in advance of a trial. That's when they try to get you to plea bargain. Remember plea bargain, your Sixth Amendment right? That they're trying to take away your right to a trial? Okay. Courts sometimes will accept entry of pleas of guilty or no contest at these hearings. Number 4, trial. If the defendant pleads not guilty and a plea agreement isn't reached, the case moves on to the trial phase. During the trial, a judge or jury reviews the case to determine the defendant's guilt or innocence. Sentencing. If a guilty plea has been entered or the case has been tried and convicted by a judge or jury, the sentencing is the next phase. Determining the length and severity of the punishment to fit the crime is a complex process. Y'all, I'm sorry, these words are a little, and I got on my reading glasses, but I can't hardly see them. Okay, so we got the trial. So let's go to the trial division of Fulton County. Case intake. I want y'all to hear these are the things that the lady promised the people when she came aboard. The Fulton County District Attorney 2021 is establishing an entirely new case intake unit of the office. The first and most important change to the division will be the staff. The district attorney is bringing seasoned investigators and lawyers to this unit. She is literally committed to putting hundreds of years of law enforcement, prosecutorial experience into this unit through her hand-picked staff. This unit is the very foundation of the office. The case intake unit shall have a seasoned prosecutor review the case upon receipt. The seasoned prosecutor will have the mission of Madam District Attorney Fonnie Willis in mind when looking at every case. Files will no longer just be files, but there will be an appreciation that each of those cases impacts the lives of people within our community, and as such, the victim, the witnesses, and the accused will all be treated with dignity from day one. The first responsibility of the prosecutor will be to team up with an equally seasoned, skilled investigator, and they will thoroughly investigate the case, collecting all necessary evidence for a successful prosecution. After investigation, the prosecutor will make a proper recommendation for the case. Each case shall be referred for felony indictment to the solicitor's office for misdemeanor accusation, or to her innovative 2021 pre-indictment diversion program, which they said have never gotten off the ground. If evidence cannot be established beyond a reasonable doubt, the case shall not be pursued. Non-complex unit. The non-complex division prosecutes approximately 60% of all felony cases in Fulton County. This division focuses on lower-level felony offenses. The new administration will focus its efforts on curbing the repeat offenders who plague our communities by repeatedly breaking the law. This office is committed to prosecuting these persons with vigor and opposing the cycle of repeat offenses that occur. These efforts will take two forms. First, by showing compassion and properly referring those with drug and mental health problems to more appropriate forums, such as accountability courts. Not happening. Now remember what the gentleman with the Office of the Department of Justice said. 75% of these people have mental issues. This woman didn't hold true to none of her promises, but yet she's DA again. Why? By popularity, by name recognition, by people not paying attention, and some people not knowing what to do. Some people never voted, ever, and not interested in voting. Secondly, vigorously prosecute those that chose to wreak havoc continuously. This court is where Madam District Attorney plans to work with community leaders to bring awareness by bringing back Court Watch. Complex unit. This division prosecutes the vast majority of your serious offenses. These crimes include, but are not limited to, armed robbery, burglary, aggravated assault, kidnapping, drug trafficking, and aggravated battery. This division in 2021 will now be equipped with a combination of brilliant and experienced lifelong prosecutors and a mix of energetic and innovative new prosecutors who will create a team of excellence in prosecution. So I think they like to use words, but they don't exercise the meaning of the words. The Fulton County court system proudly has a veterans court, mental health court, and drug court. Madam District Attorney Fannie Willis, Fannie, is committed to identifying those charged persons appropriate for such courts at case intake and immediately referring them to these courts. These courts serve many people within our community who only hope of ever becoming productive members of society. Furthermore, Madam District Attorney is committed to working with the criminal justice partners and expanding the initiative of accountability courts to spearhead an initiative for the first domestic violence court in the metro area. So I hope y'all know that they don't have any of those things operating. But those are the promises that she made when she took office. And people, it sounds really good for real. So, you know, you think, boy, we got a chance now. This is a new, young person, and she's going to come in here. She's a woman. She's a mother. She's going to change things, huh? Not. That didn't happen. And it is really sad, Maria. Oh, okay, Alicia. You said you could hear me, not that you could imagine it. Okay, I got you. Oh, girl, that was deep. Okay, I'm with you. You know me. Okay. So that's what she promised the people. Now, let's look at my definitions that I got for you guys. Because y'all know I'm a teacher at heart, which I can't teach nothing, but I'm a teacher at heart. On YouTube, I'm a teacher. Cornell Law School. That's where I get all of my stuff. It's a very good source if you're looking for any kind of law definitions or whatever. If you're not going to the Black's Law Dictionary, then this is a very good resource online. And I contribute to them monthly because they take donations. And because I use them so much, I truly believe a workman is worthy of his hire, and they put this out here, and I really rely on them for a lot of my research. I don't give much, but I give what I can on a monthly basis. Okay, so this is Legal Information Institute. So let's look at the first thing that happens. It's an arrest. It's the first thing that will happen to you. An arrest is the use of legal authority to deprive a person of their freedom of movement. An arrest is generally made with an arrest warrant. An arrest may be made without a warrant if probable cause and exigent circumstances are presented at the time of the arrest. Probable cause is a reasonable belief of the police officer in the guilt of the suspect based on the facts and information prior to the arrest. For instance, a warrantless arrest may be legitimate in situations where the police officer has a reasonable belief that the suspect has either committed a crime or is about to commit a crime. The police officer might also arrest the suspect to prevent the suspect's escape or to preserve evidence. However, a warrantless arrest may be invalidated if the police officer failed to demonstrate exigent circumstances and probable cause. The right to make warrantless arrests are commonly defined and limited by statutes, subject to the due process And wherever y'all see the blue, because I like to just make a copy and put it on a Word document. But if you're looking at it online, you will hit that and it'll take you to that definition and explanation. So that's what that is. And in law, this is not the practice of law or legal advice, but this is what I would do because I've done it. I've learned that words are very important, and there is a language in law that's called legalese. So it may mean one thing in a regular dictionary. It may have a total different meaning in a law dictionary. So it is always wise to look up words when you're dealing with legal writings and speaking, because you could be speaking yourself into a worse situation than you entered when you went into the situation. Also, to figure this out, they tell us if you're a pro per or a pro se litigant, and a pro per is in propria persona, meaning you're in your own person, and a pro se meaning you're representing you under the jurisdiction of the court, then what they're telling you is that you have to know the law just like a practicing attorney. What they're not telling you is knowing the law is not enough. You got to know how to practice like a practicing attorney, because trust me, the law speaks for itself. But when you know or you learn that there are laws to counter a law, so you may think you're in the right area, but there is something to counter that, but you're not aware of that because it didn't cross-reference that. Like if you're reading scripture, you can read from the Old Testament and it may cross-reference different scriptures in the New Testament that'll bring you to the same meaning. Well, it's not necessarily like that in the law dictionaries. And so if you don't know the statutes, then you don't know that there is another statute that may not be against what you're doing, but it may kind of circumvent what you're doing and take you around the mountain and over the hills and through the dales and, all that good stuff. So it's really tricky, but it's the practice that they really want you to know. The law speaks for itself. Okay, that's just what I found. Okay, the right to make a warrantless arrest are commonly defined and limited by statute, subject to the due process guarantee of the U.S. Constitution. The suspect arrested without a warrant is entitled to a prompt judicial determination, generally made in 48 hours. They have some people that have been waiting. 2 people for sure was up to 10 years. And they were never indicted, which we'll find out about that a little later. An arrest may trigger certain procedural requirements. For instance, the person under arrest must be given a Miranda warning. And then it gives you the law that tells you about Miranda. And if you're not familiar with Miranda, I thought I had it already prompted, but I'll be doing too much, and so I probably took it down when I was trying to put everything in one place. But you've heard them say you have the right to remain silent. That's Miranda, and that's one of the first things they tell you, and you should really exercise that right. Oftentimes, if you exercise the right to remain silent, they may try to threaten you or they may even take you to jail. But you don't care. You just remain silent. And I don't give legal advice. That's what the thing says, and that's what you can do. And if it was me, that's what I would do. But I can't tell nobody what to do because I don't want nobody talking about they went to jail because Tupler said. No. I don't practice law. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a lawyer. I don't give legal advice. But if it were me, I can tell y'all what I would do. That's what I would do. Probable cause. I hit that button and that's what it said. Probable cause is a requirement found in the Fourth Amendment that must usually be met before police make an arrest, conduct a search, or receive a warrant. Courts usually find probable cause when there is a reasonable basis for believing that a crime may have been committed for an arrest, or when evidence of the crime is present in the place to be searched for a search. Under exigent circumstances, probable cause can also justify a warrantless search or seizure. Persons arrested without a warrant are required to be brought before a competent authority shortly after the arrest for a prompt judicial determination of probable cause. Indictment. And this is what we're talking about, that most of the people in the Fulton County Jail has not been indicted. Listen to the definition. An indictment formally charges a person with a crime. During an indictment proceeding, a grand jury determines if there is adequate basis for bringing criminal charges against the suspect criminal actor. An indictment is one of two options. A prosecutor has to formally charge a person with a criminal offense. Number one, indictment issued by a grand jury. Number two, criminal complaint filed directly to the court. In this case, the prosecutor does not need to get an indictment from a grand jury. The indictment enables the prosecution of a suspect for the offense charged. An indictment is a constitutional guarantee that nobody can face a criminal trial without being previously notified of the alleged criminal offenses. And proceeding. Each state statute determines its indictment proceeding. Generally, the prosecutor will present evidence to a grand jury during an indictment proceeding. After the prosecutor has presented the evidence, the grand jury must decide whether there is an adequate basis for being criminal charges against a suspect, and therefore issue an indictment against them. The criminal charges, evidence, witnesses, and deliberations are sealed and are not available to the public. Content. Each state also establishes the content of an indictment. However, Rule 7 of the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure provides a list of minimum information that an indictment must contain and that follows for most states. 1. Plain, concise, and definite written statement of the essential facts constituting the offense charged. 2. Suspect's identity. Unless the suspect identity is unknown, Rule 7, C1, 18, United States Code, for which the identity of the defendant is unknown, it shall be sufficient for the indictment to describe the defendant as an individual whose name is unknown, but who has a particular DNA profile, as that term is defined in Section 3282. And citation of the statute or regulation that was allegedly violated. And lastly, the signature from a government attorney. See also indictment of presidents. And I started to give y'all that because normally you wouldn't indict sitting president, but if you want to go and look that up, you would just hit that and it'll take you there, and it'll tell you even about a president in the condition that this president is in and the situation that's going on now. Rule 26.3, delayed indictments, and this is from Georgia. Georgia R. Super CT 26.3, and that's a rule. The district attorney shall notify the chief judge in writing of the name of any unindicted accused who has been in custody under criminal felony charges for 45 days within 2 business days after said 45-day period has run. The chief judge may take any action deemed necessary or appropriate under the circumstances. So as we can see, that's not happening in Fulton County. They're not letting the chief judge know, and right now the chief judge want to be seen just as much as the DA because he's presiding over a young thug case, and I believe these people are really trying to either become Congress people, they're trying to become lobbyists, or they want their own TV show. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just one woman's belief, but these people do not care anything about the rights of the people that they keep hollering that they put them in office and they're going to serve them. They're not serving the people. The majority of the people, I had that written down too, and I think I knocked it off. The majority of the people in the Fulton County Jail, 87%, are Asiatic. Those are the people that are called black. 87%. Arraignment. An arraignment is the first step in a criminal proceeding where the defendant is brought in front of the court to hear the charges against them and enter a plea. And then they give you case law that you can look up to see how that works. Everything you hear in a law dictionary pretty much is going to give you case law. So that's how attorneys really write up their papers. I used to wonder, how did they know what cases to go find? And how did they find them? And if you go to a law dictionary, you will see with almost every single word that's defined, it may be a word or two, may not have a case, but almost every single word that's defined, you will find case law to support that word. So that's why you are very particular in how you word things, because you have something that's called precedent to back it up. Now, Sixth Amendment. Remember, I just told y'all about that the other night. We're going to be talking about that with the plea bargain system because that's a very important thing. A lot of our rights are being taken from us and we don't even realize it. And especially if we're not in the criminal injustice system, we certainly wouldn't know, but we may have a loved one, or we may have a friend that may have a child or a spouse or a sibling. You never know who you might meet that may have somebody in a dire situation. And if you learn a little something, you can't tell them what to do, but you can certainly tell them what you learned and how they can go and find it for themselves, and then they can make their own mind or contact whoever they need to contact. So, this is the Sixth Amendment. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the rights of criminal defendants, including the right to a public trial without unnecessary delay, the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, and the right to know who your accusers are. You've heard people say that you have a right to know who your accusers are. That's what that is, the Sixth Amendment. So if anybody accuse you of something, they can't just tell you, no, so-and-so said. No, you have a right to confront your accuser. You have a right to see them right in their face. You have a right to see them. Okay. All right. Then you have a right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges. And the nature of the charges is one where they get you most of the time. And I learned this from a guy who's very astute and in law here on YouTube, and he, take you to the dictionary, and he used a gestia a lot. I think you should put gestia and this Cornell in your favorites, just for legal definitions. And the nature is the jurisdiction. And I've asked y'all to look up the word jurisdiction in the Black's Law Dictionary. And like I said, I have that dictionary. If anybody wants the PDF file, all you have to do is get that email that's scrolling down there and email me. But that dictionary will give you case law, and it gives you definitions that are ancient and modern. So they're closer to the etymology of a word, the origin of a word that's been long used. And it's very important to know words. I know that that may sound stupid, and you know why you keep saying that, because words are very important. And each word really has a meaning for that word. Although it could be synonymous to another word, you need to know what that word in which you speak, you need to know what that one means. Because said in the wrong circumstance, the wrong situation, it could cause you a lot of problems. And especially talking in the legal realm as opposed to everyday vernacular, because that's why they have legal dictionaries, because they take on a different definition. So it's very important. But you also have a right to know the nature of the charges, the jurisdiction, and the evidence against you. It has been most visibly tested in a series of cases involving terrorism, but much more often figures in cases that involve, for example, jury selection or the protection of witnesses, including victims of sex crimes, or well as witnesses in need of protection from retaliation. And then let's go with the rest of the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. That's not happening for those people in Georgia. People in Georgia, as I think it was Tasha said it, should be infuriated. I mean, really, if you have a loved one that's incarcerated in Georgia, you should be emailing, writing letters, making phone calls. And again, I am not an attorney. I don't tell people what to do, but that's what I would be doing if it were me. I'm just telling you that's what I would be doing if it were me. And they've never been indicted, and they've been in jail for 2 years waiting to be indicted. So they don't even have charges, but they just taken off the streets. Some people have lost everything. It's sad, y'all. It's really sad. And I'm sure that somebody could get on YouTube and say, you need to be looking at your own city. And I'm sure I could be, but I can tell you, I don't really look at the news or anything, but I know quite a few of the people that are in office, and I've never heard of this. Now, I've heard of some overcrowding and some badness. I done heard the jail done been bad as well. And I love our sheriff. But this kind of stuff here, this is just utterly ridiculous. I mean, utterly, y'all. It's breaking. It's heartbreaking, really. It is. And I'm not talking about for the people who just, no good and stuff, but everybody that's down there are not no good. And anybody that's down there because they haven't been in a trial before their peers are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. So all of these people are presumed innocent. And if this is not modern day slavery, then I don't know what you call it. By an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation to be confronted with the witness against him. And the nature, you want to know that jurisdiction, because we have admiralty and maritime jurisdictions, and we also have the law of the land, which most states Don't honor because that's a federal thing. And again, I'm not an attorney. You just what I've read, and maybe my understanding could not be correct. So I stand to be corrected, and you read it and see what you get out of it. You may get something different, and you can share it with me. Okay? And to be confronted with the witness against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. So you can have the assistance of an attorney, or you can actually represent yourself. It's called pro se. The Eighth Amendment, we've heard this a lot because that deals with what we call excessive fines and bail. Most often mentioned in the context of the death penalty, the Eighth Amendment prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. But what those people are suffering in that jail is cruel and unusual punishment. They at one time had 1,000 people sleeping on the floor of the jail because they are so overcrowded. But also mentioned excessive fines and bail. The excessive fines clause suffices, among other places, in cases of civil and criminal forfeiture. For example, when property is seized during a drug raid. Bail. We always hear about people talking about making bond, making bail. Bail is the money a defendant pays as a guarantee that they will show up in court at a later date. A failure to return triggers the bond obligation and allows the court to keep any money given as security. According to the American Bar Association, the judge or magistrate decides the amount of bail by weighing many factors, including the risk of the defendant fleeing, the type of crime alleged, the dangerousness of defendants, and the safety of the community. Sometimes bail is conditioned on certain behavior of the defendant. For example, that they have no contact with the alleged victim. And then it shows you the dates that this stuff was updated, which was June 2022. The 14th Amendment, and we've all talked about the 14th Amendment because what we know most about the 14th Amendment is due process. And everybody wants due process. You want to be treated fairly, impartially, lawfully, and legally right. There is a difference in the word lawful and legal, and you should know the difference in those words. Overview. The 14th Amendment contains a number of important concepts, most famously state action, privileges and immunities, citizenship, due process, and equal protection, all of which are contained in Section 1. However, the 14th Amendment contains 4 other sections. Section 2 deals with the apportionment of representatives to Congress. Section 3 forbids anyone who participates in insurrection or rebellion against the United States for holding federal office. Section 4 addresses federal debt and repudiates debts accrued by the Confederacy. Section 5 expressly authorizes Congress to enforce the 14th Amendment by appropriate legislation. The states ratified the 14th Amendment in 1868 in the immediate aftermath of the American Civil War, along with the other Reconstruction Amendments, which are the 13th and the 15th Amendment. And Noble Drew Ali said, if we study ourselves and we learn who we are, we don't need the 14th, 13th, or 15th Amendment to free us, because you realize you're already free. And you should go and read those amendments, by the way, if you have not read them. I suggest everybody learn the Constitution with its 7 articles and the first 10 amendments are the Bill of Rights, and then read all amendments thereafter. Due process. Introduction. The Constitution states only one command twice. The 5th Amendment says to the federal government that no one shall be deported without due process of law. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, uses the same 11 words called the Due Process Clause to describe a legal obligation of all states. And in our states, the Due Process Clause in our Texas Republic Constitution is Article 1, Section 19. And it says due course of law. These words have as their central promise an assurance that all levels of American government must operate within the law, legality, and provide fair procedures. Most of the article concerns that promise. We should briefly note, however, 3 other uses that these words have had in American constitutional law. And then I went on to define equal protection. Equal protection overview. Equal protection refers to the idea that a governmental body may not deny people equal protection of its governing laws. The governing body state must treat an individual in the same manner as others in similar conditions and circumstances. And I would suggest that you look up the word individual, persons, look those words up in the law dictionary so that you will know what they mean. Permissible discrimination. It is important to acknowledge that a government is allowed to discriminate against individuals as long as the discrimination satisfies the equal protection analysis outlined below and described in full detail in this Santa Clara Law Review article. So you all can go and read that article if you're interested in how they can do that. The 5th Amendment's Due Process Clause requires the United States government to practice equal protection. The 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause requires states to practice equal protection. Equal protection forces a state to govern impartially, not draw distinctions between individuals solely on differences that are irrelevant to a legitimate governmental objective. Thus, the Equal Protection Clause is crucial to the protection of civil rights. So, those are words that I wanted you guys to have the definitions to, just so you would know, and you may already know. But again, I just believe in leaving nothing to happenstance. Because you never know when you may find yourself in a situation and you will have to defend yourself against somebody or someone, and you want to do it with a pen and a paper. Well, hello there, Regina M. It's good to see you tonight. So those are the words. So now we're going to look at Gitmo, if by chance it will play. And like I said, I'm going to try to figure out some
Listen to the people the jail impacts the most, some comparing to America's notorious Guantanamo Bay prison. They're calling Georgia's Gitmo.
It really scarred me for life.
D'Anthony Tolbert has never served in the military, but says what he witnessed while detained inside the Fulton County Jail felt like war.
I saw people die. I saw people get stabbed.
Atlanta police arrested D'Anthony and his former roommate for murder in 2019. This past July, his attorney argued the district attorney had no proof he was involved.
There's no physical evidence that Mr. Tolbert assaulted anybody, fired a gun at anybody, drove the vehicle that night.
Frustrated, the 25-year-old spoke out in court.
Stephen Jeremy Vernon, I don't know this is my life, so I only have one chance.
After waiting 4.5 years behind bars to prove his innocence, the jury found him not guilty. How did this impact your mental health?
I ain't even gonna lie to you, it tore me up. I'm scared right now because I don't have nobody. I don't have a support team. When I got out, it's like they don't even have programs to help people in my situation. I really did lose everything, and even my kids. I can't even have my family no more.
He lost his home, lost his job, and he almost lost his life.
Stab right here.
Each marking on his back and arms, stab wounds from knives and shanks. Right there,
right there.
there. They just keep going. And this all happened at the jail?
Yeah.
I mean, are you surprised that you're alive?
Yeah. I thank God for it every day.
An Atlanta News First investigation uncovered D'Anthony is one of hundreds of people inside the county jail waiting extraordinary lengths of time for their day in court. Overcrowding the jail caused by an unprecedented backlog of criminal cases. County records show as of September, at least 690 people detained more than a year in jail, 142 waiting 3 years, and at least 19 people waiting more than 5. That includes 61-year-old Darrell Lowe, who has waited 13 years behind bars for his trial date. None of them convicted of a crime, all of them in the sheriff's custody. Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labat. Are you frustrated when you hear these numbers?
Well, I'm not frustrated. Let me tell you why I'm not frustrated. I knew when I took office, I knew when I ran for office that the system was broken. I just didn't know how broken.
And see, that's a lie that they want you all to believe, that the system is broken. No, the system is working exactly like it's designed to work. It only breaks when we, the people, speak up and change the trajectory of what is designed for us. You know, it's a saying in the presumptions that he who has a right and don't claim the right is no better than the person that doesn't have a right. You got to claim your rights. You got to fight for your rights. They should be given because you have unalienable rights. You were born with them. Unfortunately, because we work with people that are wicked in nature and they do what they do, then they're not always just, right, and fair. So, because you are that way, you have to remain that way, and you got to remain that way for yourself. But that means having a fighting spirit. It doesn't mean you're a bad person because you stand for what is right. Okay, I just seen where Regina was saying here, exactly, Toothless Tiger. I was going to speak about a lawyer and making sure you have hired the right lawyer that specializes in the expertise for an individual case. Everything is specialized. And you should know the difference between a lawyer and an attorney, because there is a difference. The lawyer is mainly a counsel. They don't really do litigation. They don't fight the battle in the courtroom. An attorney is what they consider an outlaw, because they go outside the law. That's why I told you the saying in here in the chat, that I read a quote that says, when you hire an attorney, it's two things that's not going to enter the courtroom, and that's the truth and the law. That doesn't mean they're not going to be talking law, because there are so many statutes, articles, ordinances. It's so many. But what you need may not enter. And so you have to learn and know that for yourself. And that's why I suggest that people start reading and learning and familiarizing yourself. You never know. It seems like the only law they only talk about is criminal law, but civil law is just as convoluted, and they're just as crooked. But we need to know these things just to have it in your arsenal. Because I tell you today, who would have ever thought that women would be shot down in their homes while in the bed or playing a game with their nephew just because someone made a mistake? Who would have thought you could be eating a bowl of ice cream in your living room without your lights on and the officer come in your house and shoot it up? Who would have thought that you could be pulled out of your car, a senior citizen, while riding down the street, and they just stopped you, they say, for a traffic violation, and pull you out, and next thing you know, you don't make it? Who would have thought that? Nobody. But it's happening every day, and it's been happening. We just didn't have cameras, and we didn't have video. So sometimes the human brain can't conceive of things that they don't see. And then sometimes, you can imagine all kind of things. So we really have to be cognizant of what's really happening. And it's not just happening to us, even though it is happening to us. They just put our story forefront to keep the division of the people. But it's the masses of the people that are getting treated like this. Believe me, of all ethnicities, people are getting treated just like this in America. Regina said, reminder, the sheriff of Fulton County stated to the DOJ, we don't have the luxury of knowing who is coming in and out of our jail. Yeah, I thought that was some weird stuff to say. Like, who does? But you do have the luxury of knowing. You know criminals coming. And if you got your officers picking up people with mental problems and bringing them to the jail as opposed to taking them to the hospital. And I don't know, I guess they may have done this nationwide when they took away the family's right to have someone, hospitalized if they have mental issues. A lot of people that are in these jails are people with mental issues and certainly don't need to be caged like animals. But unfortunately, again, it's all about status, whether we want to believe that or not. It's about class. That's what it's all about. And you can make it about whatever you want to, and this is one woman's opinion. So this ain't no misinformation. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. This is just one woman's opinion.
The court backlog impacts more than people accused of crimes. Victims and their families suffer too.
We're back on the record with State versus Jerez Sanders.
This past August, Latarcia Gaither takes a seat inside a Fulton County courtroom, waiting for a verdict she worried would never happen. Facing Jerez Sanders, accused of killing her longtime boyfriend Timothy Jackson and two others at this home in 2013.
I needed justice to move on. I need this to move on.
Latarcia is the one who found Timothy dead inside.
You go down the hallway, there's a bedroom to your left, and there's 2 bedrooms. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, finding somebody that you love and care about with their head blown off like that. That took a lot from me. It destroyed me.
A jury found her as guilty of murder, but he sat in Fulton County's jail for nearly 10 years until his trial.
I felt like my life was on hold. Like I couldn't move on because I needed closure from this.
Was your jail ever intended to house someone 10 years waiting for trial?
Well, the direct answer is no. We were never intended as a penitentiary or as a state prison. It is a pretrial facility.
The sheriff says when the jail was built in 1989, it was almost immediately over capacity. Sections of it are now falling apart. Labat'S is calling for a new, bigger detention center focused on mental health services. Estimated cost to taxpayers, more than $1 billion. But if the backlog is not addressed, is not fixed, what will new jail do? Would it even matter?
Well, certainly it matters, and we've advocated for a replacement jail. This jail is, when you look at your home, you look at a single family home that was built to house a single family, and then the day it was open, you have multiple families in that home. The pipes weren't rated for that. The lighting wasn't rated for that. The walls weren't rated for that. And that's what has occurred here.
Sheriff Labat'S says his office is caught between the district attorney's office and judges, waiting for them to move cases along, while his jail and the people inside suffer the consequences.
I think there's enough blame to go around. I can tell you who's not to blame. Not to blame is the sheriff's office.
Enter Fulton County.
I think one of the biggest problems is these people keep claiming it's theirs. These offices belong to the people. They don't belong to the elected official. I think that's one of the main problems. And then power, of course, corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And with the power that they think that they possess, talking about their constitutional officers, constitutional mean that you would uphold the Constitution, not violate the Constitution and tell me then the Constitution protects you for violating my right. Then one asks, where does my right begin? Or where does my right stop and yours begin? And that's when you start messing with me. Because we both are moral free agents. And we have to understand that I don't have the right to mess over you and you don't have the right to mess over me. It's real simple.
District Attorney Bonnie Willis, who took office in January 2021.
What they would like to do is to paint a scapegoat for inaction that they've taken. It is unconscionable the way that our jail is. They've known our jail is in that state. People need to be in safe conditions.
But does the DA's office contribute to the problem? According to records from the county clerk's office this past summer, there were 1,232 people inside the jail who have yet to be indicted. About 60 of them waiting more than a year. People not formally charged with the crime waiting for District Attorney Bonnie Willis's office to take the case to a grand jury to determine charges, while they sit behind bars.
People need to be timely indicted, timely tried, and given the opportunity to force the state to prove its case.
Atlanta criminal defense attorney Andrew Fleischman criticized the DA on Twitter earlier this year, writing, "Willis has been keeping people in jail without trial or even indictment for years. Wright Street has become our very own Gitmo. Fleischman comparing the county jail to the Guantanamo Bay detention camp in Cuba, which has held suspected 9/11 terrorists without trial for decades.
You are holding people for long periods of time without charging them with a crime or giving them due process. And that's exactly what happened at Gitmo.
That in particular should be a high-level point of frustration.
This past September, Fulton County Commissioner Bob Ellis raised the issue during a meeting, upset more progress had not been made after allocating $75 million in federal pandemic aid to address it.
I think collectively, everybody's pissed at the quality, the level of results.
What's your reaction to that?
That Commissioner Ellis is not a supporter of criminal justice, is ignorant, doesn't know what he's talking about most days, is just not really trying to make himself
Now, what professional would get on here and call the commissioner ignorant and laid back in a chair? And then that tone of voice that they use is really so vexing to my spirit. That tone of voice, oh, it's just really ugly. Really nasty. It's really nasty.
self-informed of the issues or the progress. Commissioners have tried to paint this picture that somehow incarceration and indictment tie.
I cannot stand that woman's voice when she go to that condescending tone. I could just pimp slap her and put some hair on her edges and glue off that weave.
Hand in hand, and they don't.
People arrested for felonies are entitled to be released on bond after 90 days, but that's not a guaranteed get-out-of-jail-free card if they are not indicted by that time. It means a Superior Court judge likely determined they were a flight or security risk at their initial bond appearance, not eligible for a bond due to an unrelated pending charge, or they couldn't afford to post.
Now they done told us in what was it? I forgot the percentage of Asiatic men that were in this jail. Ain't never left most of them the neighborhood that they grew up in. What flight risk were they going to be? How was they going to fly? Get on top of the building and jump off? Because they certainly wasn't going on no airplane. Most of them ain't never even left their community. You know, this stuff is just really sickening and it's really sad. But because they're accused of crimes, people just don't care.
Post bail to be released.
The other thing is, in the old administration, they would take whatever the police faxed over and they would simply indict. There was no investigation did. We changed completely the way we did business, meaning that prior to someone being indicted, we had to actually have the evidence. That sounds novice to people, but they were not doing that.
So what about people waiting years in the jail?
Now, she worked under the old administration except for the last 3 years when she left so that she could run for office. And she wants us to believe that she believed that they needed evidence then. Girl, you did just what you're doing now. Nothing. Oh, now it was rumored that you screwed the man that was at the top. and now you at the top and you bring in your man. Okay. Oh, this is sad.
Jail for their trial dates, specifically the 19 who have waited longer than 5 years.
Why is it taking so long to get to trial?
So your information also is not complete, but you could have easily pulled it. All, not some, 100% of them have competency issues. They are certainly in custody, but they are in custody at Georgia Regional.
Georgia Regional is the state mental health hospital the county uses to treat inmates with mental illness. District Attorney Willis says her office can't prosecute someone until a doctor determines they are competent to stand trial. Until then, some go back and forth from the jail to Georgia Regional for treatment. Atlanta News first uncovered 7 of the 19 waiting 5 years behind bars have never been to the hospital, all stuck in legal limbo.
When you have people that are so severely mentally ill, extremely violent, not someone you want on the street, not someone your neighbor wants on the street.
While Willis says her office has made strides reducing the court backlog, it continues to grow. So far this year, pending criminal cases spiked to 23,000, a 28% increase since December. The DA says she needs more staff to tackle it.
I'm also not going to apologize for saying this office needs adequate resources. We need more investigators and more lawyers and legal support staff that can support them.
Coming up, Fulton County's chief judge responds to criticism he's not doing enough to address the problem. Plus, why the head of the county's commission blames the public for the jail's failures.
The voters are at fault in all of this from my perspective. It's your fault.
And he's not lying. They're at fault for continuing to vote for the same people that's yielding them no results. So he's correct, totally correct.
The voters are at fault in all of this from my perspective. It's your fault.
That's Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts blaming the public for problems at Fulton County Jail. But Pitts, who heads the commission responsible for funding the detention center, doesn't stop there. He says elected judges share responsibility too.
I'm hoping that we will have this same lively debate when we get to the money part of this meeting today.
The head of Fulton County's commission, Chairman Rob Pitts, says he's tired of allocating millions of tax dollars to address problems at the jail without getting better results, despite deteriorating conditions while over capacity for decades.
Thursday afternoon, a triple stabbing left one inmate dead and 2 others injured.
Today, we have had 10 deaths in the Fulton County Jail.
The Department of Justice is investigating the jail's living conditions.
A brand new jail is not going to solve the problem if you don't have good management in that jail.
The chairman wants to renovate the current jail instead, saying the detention facility's real problem is rooted in the county's historic court backlog, forcing inmates to wait for trial too long. As of September, hundreds of people were waiting more than a year in jail, dozens of others more than 3. Innocent until proven guilty, languishing behind bars while they wait for their day in court.
Reason for the jail being overcrowded, if we're honest, is that those who are responsible for processing those in jail through the system are not doing their job.
The chairman puts most of the blame on 2 groups of people. First, Fulton County Superior Court judges who are elected.
Some work, some do not. Some come to work at 10 o'clock in the morning, go to lunch at 12, and play golf. We monitor this. The judges who are working come to my office and tell me which ones are working, which ones are not working.
So which judges are we talking about?
Well, I can give you a list of them.
Each month, the county publishes this chart on its website.
Now y'all look down there at Glanville, who is the Chief Justice, and he's the one who's presiding over Young Thug case, and look at his time. Look at his numbers. McAfee does work 89% of the time. But look at these judges. You are so right. I think that was Charlene. It is just unconscionable. It's unbelievable. And the people of Atlanta ought to be outraged.
Website identifying how many inmates in the jail are assigned to each judge. As of late August, at least 9 of the judges were juggling more than 100 defendants in the jail.
I propose, let's take an ad in the AJC on a weekly basis, a full-page ad, and list what judges are working and which ones are not.
The second set of people Chairman Pitts blames for the jail's crisis, the public.
The voters are at fault in all of this from my perspective for electing and re-electing the same people. If you get these same results, it's your fault.
That might be a hard pill to swallow for viewers and the public thinking, well, we expect you to do better. Don't blame us for simply trusting you to do the job.
Not the Board of Commissioners. We don't run the jail. We don't indict people. We don't charge people. None of that. We're trying to solve a problem by providing the resources, which we have been very generous with.
Up next, a prediction about the jail's future from the county's top judge and his response to the chairman's criticism.
This particular issue of overcrowding in the jail is a collaborative effort.
Hundreds of people inside Fulton County's jail have waited years for their day in court. Overcrowding the facility, creating dangerous conditions. The county's chairman blames elected judges for not doing enough to address the problem. We sat down with the court's chief judge to get answers.
Motion on the floor is to rescind the contract.
Ask the head of Fulton County's commission who's to blame for overcrowding at the jail. Chairman Rob Pitts points to Superior Court judges and the voters who keep them in office.
Some work, some do not. Some come to work at 10 o'clock in the morning, go to lunch at 12, and play golf. We monitor this. The voters are at fault in all of this from my perspective. It's your fault.
Any other witnesses, Ms. Bell?
Fulton County Chief Superior Court Judge, Earl Glanville.
What's your response to what he said?
Well, I would disagree because this particular issue of overcrowding in the jail is a collaborative effort.
Voters first elected Glanville to the bench in 2005. He's been the chief for about a year. The judge says he and his colleagues on the bench are working hard to move cases along, but they are at the mercy of prosecutors and defense attorneys' ability to get their cases ready. Case in point, there are not enough court-appointed attorneys. These are the lawyers who represent the majority of people in jail who cannot afford to pay for one themselves.
It's a problem. I understand it's a problem.
This man told a judge in July he sat in the county jail for nearly a year without an attorney.
How long have you been in custody?
11 months.
And have you
It's
seen
about
any...
to be 12 months on the 13th
of
August.
August, okay. And has anyone come to see you? Any lawyer?
No.
Okay.
The whole public defender system is just very important because if you don't have public defenders, criminal accused, it affects their ability to have adequate representation.
Judge Glanville says cases are also held up by the overburdened crime lab at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. which can take months for it to test drugs and firearm ballistics needed before the DA will pursue charges or drop the case.
If I'm a defendant and that science will exonerate me, or at least give me a better understanding of where I stand with that case, there's nothing I can do until I get that data point.
This past December, Judge Glanville signed this order suspending defendants' ability to request speedy trials, citing the pandemic and an overwhelming backlog for the reason. It ended in July, but the result, potentially thousands of people unable to move their cases forward for months.
Do you think that suspension impacted the backlog during that time?
I would say so, because we were not able to try as many cases during the pandemic, given the health concerns. So, yeah, it had an effect.
To address the backlog, the judge says his colleagues created a temporary program to fund more court-appointed attorneys. They're also holding court inside the jail on Saturdays, but they need the commission to fund more judge positions.
A year from now, what do you think the numbers will be, or what do you think the conversation will be?
The conversation will be that these numbers will continue to decrease. We're constitutionally mandated to give you time and opportunity to have your case heard, either before a judge or jury, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
County commissioners have yet to decide whether they will approve funding for a new jail that could exceed more than $1 billion. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, you can watch the full interviews with the sheriff, the DA, the county chairman, and the chief judge in this story on AtlantaNewsFirst.com. Thanks for watching.
How to save my links. So y'all just give me 1 minute and I'm almost through. I don't want to put that little lion face up there, even though they all liars. I don't want to put it up there. Awesome. She grew up in D.C. and all of her people worked for the government. So she said she grew up at the Pentagon playing on the ramps while her mom was working, and her mom was at work. She said the day that 9/11 happened, her mom was at work and they all were worried about her mom because they couldn't call into her, but they had her on a helicopter, and she said one of the generals allowed her to use the phone to call the family to let them know that they were in the air and they were all right. But she's a beautiful young lady, and she does very good work. She said she started out doing relationships, but like me, this funny woman just fell in your lap, and I just think that it needs to be reported on all kind of ways. So I thought I would put my spin on it, and I'm saddened that she's the way she is, but I'm grateful that she has given me the content to bring to the people and to look at it from a different perspective. I certainly appreciate you so much for the super chat. Yeah, it's fine. You can. You really can. Because if anybody want to go look at it, I want them to be able to go, check it out. Yeah, I don't mind. If people go and check out people, because it's a few people doing a good job covering these stories. It really is a few people that's doing a real good job, and I'm enjoying it. And I just try to go around and see if I find somebody that I can listen to and that's making sense and not just making jokes. And it really, really, really is interesting. But if y'all need to hear that, because she reads the document, the whole document, and when you hear the stuff that those people did not do, there's no way that these charges could ever stick. So it lets you know that this is just an agenda. And it's to scare the people, but the people need to be looking, especially in Fulton County, at what's happening in their county. I still would like to know what happened to those 20 cars that she purchased, in addition to the cars she bought before she got the 20. They gave her $1.2 million, and then they gave her $660,000. And then she paid Nathan Wade over $700,000, and then she paid his partners $210 an hour for at least, I'm going to say, 11 months. But I believe it was after 11 months. She lied on the witness stand and said she only had them for about 2 months. But that's not true, because they didn't break up their partnership until 2023, when supposedly she broke up her relationship with him. And none of us believe that. I don't know if any of you all saw the video I did the other day. I did a video on the family. But it's just really sad. And we always talking about how the European is treating us. And it's like we turn a blind eye to the people that look like us, that's doing the very exact thing that we're accusing everybody else of doing it. Because it's a system, everybody does it. And we cannot allow anybody to get away with treating us like this. We work too hard. And every day is a brand new mercy, because you don't know what's going to happen in the course of a day. I heard some sad news. My nephew, one of his friends' daughter, last night lost her life. And I don't know what it was all about or what happened. But she was a young lady. Under 30, I believe. Or right at 30. Somewhere in that area. So it's sad. Regina said there is absolutely no way the judge and other law officials do not know the lies that Fonnie Willis is telling and the truth behind the backlog of people waiting in jail for a fair trial. Yeah, that's really something. They did say that they do have a federal investigation, and they said this is not the first time that they've taken over their jails. They've had to do that before. And see what's so bad about it? Fonnie Willis worked in the DA office for about 16 years before she left and came back as the DA. So she has ambitions, and it's not to help the people, it's to help her climb the corporate ladder and the corporate governmental ladder, because she's trying to get to either Congress or she's trying to become a lobbyist. But she's not about the people, and if these people don't know that, and then when she used that old tone of voice, like she's really saying something and she's not saying anything, it's so nerve-wracking. I don't get it. But that's what I had for you guys tonight. I was going to play another one, but I think we're going to go ahead and end because the eclipse is tomorrow and some people really want to see it. But I could really go ahead and play the sheriff because we haven't seen him. I'm going to have to let y'all hear him and her when they was there asking for the money from the commissioners, and she's talking about my brother. But he was, they said, okay. Yeah, Kelly, this is going to be a tough one. I was getting ready to type this thing here. I really do believe in the presumption of innocence, and even if you've seen them do it or whatever, because what the law says is, they have to prove it, and you don't have to defend against whatever it is. But of course, we know the criminal injustice system has never really worked for us that way, but it does work that way because it worked for my nephew. So I've seen it work both ways. But I know that this is going to be a big terror in this community because, he won everybody's heart over with, Jeffrey's case, but this Ahmaud Arbery case is going to be totally different. And then, she was the same DA in place when CJ was taken out. So, and all of his stuff came up missing before they replaced her as the DA. All of the evidence that they had in CJ's case. So this is going to be, which of course, she's not on trial for CJ's case. Let's get that clear before anybody that hears this take that one line and it's headlines tomorrow. You can make it what you want, but that's not what I said. I said that she was the DA, the crooked DA that was in office as she's being accused, and all of the evidence came up missing, and a lot of people came up fired, or they moved to another job, or they retired under her watch. And she was the DA when CJ was allegedly taken out by the brown guy. So yeah, it's going to be something, because I really, really, really like Brian, but I'll just have to see how it goes, however it turned out, that's how it turned out. Because I really understand this system, and a lot of things we think about as people, we get caught up in feelings, but it has nothing to do with what's written in those laws. And like I said, I found that out so just with fighting with my sister, helping her with her case, but we still in the fight, and so we're going to stay there until we're not there no more. So I don't have a problem with nobody, trying to defend themselves, whether they are guilty or innocent. We do what we do, and then we want to, shirk our responsibilities. But that's a part of life, and that's that you factor and that you decision. So I'm just going to look at it if they show it, and I'm hoping they're going to show it. It's supposed to happen early 2025. They said they got a date. And so it's going to be interesting. I haven't heard the date, but it's supposed to be early 2025. And now that this is over with, then we're really going to see what it's all about. Hokey pokey. This is going to be a mess. I can't, this is going to be interesting. I think it's going to cause some division. I believe it will, but we'll see. And people just only can do their job. And we have to have good attorneys and lawyers in positions just like we have bad. We have to have good everywhere. So, there was a man in Galveston. He had dismembered his wife, put her in a suitcase. He was a millionaire. And he got off not guilty for that. And he up there saying he did it. So, you just never know how this stuff gonna go. It would behoove people to just get interested just for themselves, to start reading different laws and then start looking up different case laws and seeing the decisions and the thinking process of how they come to their conclusions of law and finding of facts. But when you realize that the person that's hearing the case can consider all, some, of none of the evidence, to me, you are already at a disadvantage. But most people want to be fair, and most people want to do the right thing. Selected few that causes it messed up for everybody. Yeah, I did. I saw that, and that was real good. I saw that, and I was also going to look for that link. Lil Rod, they have a thing like a GoFundMe for him. And I contributed to it. It's not called GoFundMe. It's called something else. And I contributed to it. And I hope that they raise the money. They're trying to get 20,000, and I think they only had like 300 or something like that. Regina said, not how they come up with their conclusions. Maybe their collusions sound better. Well, that's true. It is collusions, but on the paper they say finding the facts and conclusion of law. But it's definitely collusion. I can prove that beyond any doubt in my sister's case. Well, she can prove it. Because we have all the facts, but when you realize how these people do things, and again, it's by the system that's in place. So when they get to this stage, they only look at procedural, and you can't get them to look at the wrong that was done. And if it was her that was doing the wrong and fraud in the insurance company, she would be fined or locked up or have a criminal charge for show, probation or something. But you can't even get them to look at. And that's been my hardest part, is how can we get them to look at the merits of the case? Because he's been filing what they call dilatory motions. And dilatory motions is just to delay, put off, and get the case closed with no one listening to the merits of the case. I figured that part out. So we're still at it. It's a war out here. Everything we do is a war. As Regina said earlier, everything comes with a price. My mama always taught her children that you're going to pay one way or the other. Nothing is free. You're going to either pay with your time or you're going to pay with your money. But you may pay with both, but you're definitely going to have to pay. So when you realize that, then you just go on and live life the best that you can. I am grateful for everybody who stayed here with me up until the end. I've been here for 4 hours and a little bit over. So I'm going to get ready to end this live with my favorite song. I really believe the children are our future, and I think we need to teach them well. And we need to teach them the truth. And we need to prepare them for what they have to do in real life. We need to get away from discrimination. I know that's what they want us to believe, and that's what they say. But it's hegemony. And we're all getting mistreated at this level of people. So we may mistreat each other for the wrong reasons because we think it's something that we've been fed, but in all honesty, it has to do with status. It has nothing to do with race. And race is the picture that they paint to keep us pointing fingers at each other and hating one another, instead of coming together as people, because what we all have in common, those of us that are human, we have humanity. For those of us that are human, there could be some of us that are not. I don't know. But I can tell you this, some of us act like we're not. So you never know. They only taught us one way. But we know it's more than one way to get to a destination. So it can't be just one way. To sell that story was the greatest story ever sold. Some say the greatest story ever told. No, it was the greatest one ever sold. So we have to just start opening our minds up to something different, something that we didn't believe was true, might, could, would be true. And let's just, see where we go. Anywho, Kelly, I'm glad you was able to stay with us. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful night. Regina, I'm certainly happy you were able to stay. I know you always multitasking, but I'm glad you were able to stay to the end. And whoever else stayed, I want to thank you. I thank everybody for the likes. Please consider subscribing, joining my membership, and I'll see y'all in the next video. And I can't say if that'll be Wednesday or not because I'm really working hard. I have a deadline to meet, and I got a lot of stuff to do. And these case readings is kind of hard sometimes because it leads you to another case. And you really need to read the cases because sometimes they have cases in there that don't have nothing to do with what y'all talking about. And people think these lawyers really putting in some work. Some people call lawyers liars. You can call them what you like. I have a respect for all professions because I know it's a job and it's a hard job. And I have all respect for what they do, good or bad. You can do it too, Punchinella Funny Fella. All you got to do is do it. And on that note, I'm going to say good night to everybody. I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Goodbye. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity. because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.